Good morning, everyone. I'm Artie Harris, Chair of the Planning Board, and we're about to start our December 14th Planning Board meeting. Before we get into regular business, we are honored to be joined this morning by Secretary Rebecca Flora with the Maryland Department of Planning. Welcome. Secretary Flora is going to share some remarks with us and a special presentation. If the council members present, my fellow commissioners and Secretary Flora can join me at the podium, and we'll get started from there. So thank you.
Okay, I can usually talk fairly fast and loud. Great to be here, and, just thank you for having us, because I think this is a special moment that you should be really proud of. And I really personally, Chuck, from our Assistant Secretary of Planning, I insisted, we need to get out there and see people and see what they're doing, so here we are. But let me try to keep this short. First of all, thrive. I love it. I love it. I use that word all the time when I talk about communities, because this is what we're trying to do, right? Create thriving communities. And it's a word I so often use, and I saw this and I was like, love it. I think what you all have done, and I understand this is the first full update in 30 or 50 years. Wow. Wow. Okay. And 2050, isn't that far off? I think we get a little scared about that. Wow, it's a ways off. But what you've done is truly a first of its kind in the state, and we want to use you as a model, particularly as it relates to what you've done to embed equity and justice and inclusiveness and diversity into your plan, because it's something we really need to see happen throughout the state. I will say I've been involved in economic community development. I've even been a real estate developer, nonprofit and for-profit one. Economic competitiveness, which I know is another core pillar of your plan, can't happen without that. I think the employers that are looking for talent these days and employment, they're looking for that because it brings more perspective and everybody's included. So. And then lastly, the other core pillar, of course, is environmental health. These all make up what was something that's really been a lifelong career for me, which is sustainable communities. Little known secret, if you know Secretary Day, he was one of my students. I was a professor at Carnegie Mellon Heinz School for 10 years, adjunct, and I taught sustainable community development to graduate students there. And this is very core for me. So the fact that you all have embraced it in your plan, and of course, you're getting the Sustainable Community Award of our whole awards program, and the staff scripted me, but they know it never works very well. So I always just kind of go with, what I know and how I feel about these types of things. But your award is really very special to me because of that lifelong commitment to sustainable communities and what you're trying to do here. And so I really applaud you for that. And I understand this was a real team effort. And the other thing that I love, because even though there was a point in my career where I was a consultant, I've always felt that, the consultants come in with their boilerplate, and all due respect, I was one at one time for a period of time, but it's not yours. And the fact that you all really dug in and did this yourself and had an amazing inclusive outreach project makes this real. It's yours. You'll own it. You'll continue to use it. And I always look at these as a framework to really guide you into the future. They have to be adaptable, to bend with certain markets that will change, but you still have this as your North Star, guidelight, whatever you want to call it, trailblaze. These things are so important to have a sense of the community, of where you want to go, where you want to be, because you will get pulled in all kinds of directions, and it happens, I know. I've been there. For all of you that don't know, I am AICP planner. But I've also, like I said, done real estate development from other perspectives and community development, and I've run a nonprofit. And everybody's pulling in every direction. Everyone has a thing that they think matters most, and you're going to be pulled. And this gives you something to go back to of, does it meet everything that we've said are our values? So enough from me. I just want you to know how really special I do feel about this and what you've done. I can't wait to fully digest it. But I did want to come here and personally congratulate you all, Chairman Harris, for your work and the leadership that occurred here. I know with some of the folks that started this process, it takes time. The fact that the baton was passed and people continued and stayed committed to this is really, really special. So the only other thing I wanted you to say is this award is really something. In reviewing applications, we did have a peer group that basically came together and reviewed all of our applications. They recommend it. We just don't, at the staff, say, ooh, pick our favorites. We don't do that. We use a peer group. It does come to me ultimately, so I kind of do that last check. But you really should be proud that this was peer-reviewed in terms of your application, and just a big congratulations to you all. So Chuck, please come up and help me with this. I want to present this officially to the chairman. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're
I
very
appreciate it.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then we also have the citation. I know these are small. Planning departments don't get big budgets. So, but it's with the heart, so
Okay,
thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you
Everybody
so
come
much.
on
Yeah.
in. Yeah, let's get a
Come on.
photo.
Do you want to what?
Somebody take a photo.
Oh, should we?
Go in front of them?
Go in front.
Go in
in front
front.
of the podium?
Let's put the plan out there,
Yeah.
too. Okay.
Is this-
Should I
oh,
come
here.
to the commissioner's side?
I'm good. I'm good.
It's all right.
Fine.
I'll just a little bit.
Thank you for your patience out there while we do this.
For posterity.
Thank you all for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Keep this. Take my notes.
Yeah, I'm going to say a few words and then turn it over to the president, Council President Friedson. So thank you, Secretary Flor. It's so great to have you in Wheaton. You should come more often because I never see the auditorium this full. Yeah. Yeah, so on behalf of the Montgomery Planning Board, I want to thank those of you who are here today because you worked so hard on this important update to the Montgomery the general plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050. This is a plan that was created by collaboration, as you said, and cooperation among planning, executive agencies, county council, and the community at large. It belongs to all of us. We're joined by many elected and appointed members of government, staff, leads, consultants, and vested stakeholders. Thank you all for being here. We're so honored to receive the Maryland Department of Planning Sustainable Growth Award for Thrive Montgomery 2050. We're so proud that Thrive Montgomery 2050 took a data-driven and community-informed approach to frame the county's growth over the next 30 years. Its recommendations detail how Montgomery County can be more equitable, economically healthy, environmentally resilient, and amongst a major demographic and technological changes. Thrive Montgomery 50 promotes sustainability and vibrancy for Montgomery County's communities through one, compact growth, more transit and walkable communities, and complete communities where residents can access housing they can afford, services and transportation options close to home, as well as providing equitable access to the county's diverse residents. This plan envisions accessible mixed-use centers and quarters that connect county residents, employees, and visitors to each other and the region. In other words, a truly cohesive and sustainable community. And we have now been able to see this plan in action with the approval of the council just this week of the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan. The first community plan finalized after the adoption of Thrive Montgomery 2050. This award is a fitting tribute to the intentional innovation and countywide cooperation that went into the plan's creation. We appreciate our colleagues at the Maryland Department of Planning for bestowing this award on us, and we look forward to making and working together to implement the recommendations in this important plan. We're so grateful to the County Council for their support and approval, and honored that some of you could be here today to accept this award. During my sort of confirmation hearing, there were a lot of questions about what are some of your goals when you become planning board chair? And I thought, well, what better goal could I have start with implementing Thrive? I mean, it's our guiding light, it's our North Star, as you said. So thank you for coming, and now I'd like to turn it over to Council President Andrew Friesen. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the chair and the planning board for having us here. It is so great to be here and for our state to have a secretary where sustainable communities run through your veins. And this work is really in your bones, and it really is uplifting, I think, for all of us who do this work on the policy level, and for so many of the actual practitioners and subject matter experts in this incredible award-winning planning department, to have somebody in your role who really understands and cares and believes in these issues as much as everybody in this building does. So thank you so much. I'm really pleased to be here with my colleagues. We're here on behalf of all of our colleagues, but we have our new vice president, Kate Stewart, who's here. We have former planning board member and district council member, Natalie Fani Gonzalez, and we have council member Don Lukey as well. And we're here on behalf of all colleagues. And it's great to be here and to see, and I just want to acknowledge the former leadership that was here and really helped guide this process through, Casey Anderson and Gwen Wright. This award and this process wouldn't be where it is, and this general plan wouldn't have happened but for your leadership. So thank you. And I'll just say this wasn't easy. So the elephant in the room, I was going to go up and read some tweets and some emails for fun. But things that are worth doing, particularly in public policy, especially in land use policy, are never going to be easy. But this plan has helped us to really fix some of the problems of the past, the disinvestment that we saw in a huge swath of our county, to make sure that your zip code in Montgomery County does not determine your access to opportunities, to make sure that we're not only building sustainable communities, but that everybody has access to world-class amenities, to educational opportunities, to understand the concept that there is not equity unless there's environmental justice and economic justice. And this plan has played out, as we heard. We just passed the Fairland Briggs Cheney plan, not unintentional that plan was an East County plan, an area that had been ignored and disinvested in for decades. Not by chance, but by choice, by intentional decisions that were made at the policy level that allowed for certain communities to get the investment that they need to thrive, and other communities to miss out on those opportunities to get the type of investment that we need. This sets us up to move forward as we head towards 2050. It wouldn't have been possible without all of the people in this room and all of the people in this building and all of the work that you did out in the community to get feedback and engagement. So on behalf of the council, on behalf of all of us, I just wanted to say, first, congratulations, but second, thank you for the professionalism, the hard work, the significant effort. This took a little bit longer than anybody had anticipated, probably than you would have preferred. But I think in that additional work, we got to an even better place, working together with council staff and with planning staff, working together with you all who do this work, and just very grateful and very much looking forward to continuing to implement the concepts of this plan and allowing for this department to continue the award-winning, world-class work that it does. So thank you, and look forward to more work ahead. So congratulations.
So we're going to take another picture. Where are we going to do it, Alana? Right here with all the folks that were involved in preparing Thrive Montgomery 2050. So please come on up, and we'll make sure we fit us all in. Thank you. Okay. Good morning. We had such a wonderful awards presentation, and now we're starting on item number 2, preliminary matters. Adoption of resolutions. The first 3, all board members can participate. So it's Century Plaza Plan 320160028A, MCPB number 23-085, Century Preliminary Plan 1200295C, MCPB number 23-085, and Century Site Plan number 820030007F, MCPB number 23092. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the mentioned plans.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4 ayes. And Commissioner Hedrick is not available for this one. The next one is MHP Amherst Sketch Plan number 320230080, MCPB number 23-127, or I am recused myself on this site plan, so I'm not able to vote.
Move that we approve MHP Amherst Sketch Plan Resolution.
I second. All for approval? Aye.
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 And
One
you abstain.
Yeah, one abstain. Okay, next is the, number 5 is the Rock Creek Vista Forest Conservation Plan F20230260, MCPB number 23-127, where, Mr. Bartley, you're not eligible to vote on this one. So is there a motion for approval?
Move that we approve Rock Creek Vista Resolution.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3 ayes, 1 abstain. Okay, now we're going to item number B, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion for approval of minutes for November 16th, 2023?
Move to approve the minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. The next is item C, other preliminary matters. This is the corrected resolution for 2115 East Jefferson Street, site plan number 820230080, MCPB number 23-105. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the corrected resolution for East Jefferson Street site plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. Next is item 3, record plats. We have 2 this morning. Can we do both in one? Okay, great. So the first is subdivision plat number 220230530, 22030540, and 22024060, and 22024070 PSTA, where staff is recommending approval. And the second is subdivision plat number 220230930 Somerset Heights, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the mentioned subdivision plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. The ayes have it. Next is regulatory extension request. We have 2 this morning. The first is 4702 Chevy Chase Drive, regulatory extension request number 1 for site plan number 820230120, where staff is recommending approval of extension. And the second is 9801 Georgia Avenue, 120230160, and 8202313. Regulatory extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of extension. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the mentioned extension requests.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. The ayes have it. The next is our roundtable discussion, where Planning Director Sartori will give his report. Well, welcome and thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Jason Sartori, Director of Planning. I want to begin this morning kind of in the spirit of celebrating good things and give a quick couple of project updates. Okay, if you can see that there. So it was mentioned earlier, and some exciting news that we received earlier this week. On Tuesday, the County Council unanimously approved the Fairlane and Briggs Cheney Master Plan. And as you know, this plan reimagines parts of the US 29 corridor as a more walkable and complete community. This was a long overdue focus on this part of our East County area. And we could not be more thrilled to see this, as you could see in this photo that we took immediately after the adoption, the approval of the plan by the County Council. This is some of our up-county team along with some council staff. I did want to give a special congrats out to the team leadership, Clark Larson, Molly Jackson, Don Ziegler, and up-county Division Chief Patrick Butler. Clark will be bringing the resolution of plan adoption to the Planning Board next Thursday, and we'll be able to answer any questions that you may have then about any changes very minimal changes that the council made to the Planning Board draft that was sent along. Also, just yesterday, the U.S. Department of Transportation announced the latest round of Safe Streets and Roads for All grant recipients, and I'm really excited to let you know that the Planning Department is a recipient of a $120,000 planning grant award to support our efforts to develop a multimodal parking lot design guideline. This project has been identified in the county's Vision Zero action plan, and it's been one that we have tried in the past to get funding for, but it's kind of fallen out through the county's budget process. And you may be familiar, it's something that we included in our request for this upcoming, the FY25 budget request, and it's something that we said was kind of pending the decision on this. So now that we have this, we can appropriately let the county council know. We'll take into consideration what we do or don't need from that request. But we're really excited about this. You know, the grant program was created through the bipartisan infrastructure law that was adopted by Congress and approved by and signed into law by President Biden a few years back. And we are one of 385 grant recipients that were announced yesterday. We're not alone, though, here in Montgomery County. Actually, the Montgomery County Department of Transportation also received an award of $160,000 yesterday to support other Vision Zero efforts in the county. As far as we're aware, however, this is the first time that Montgomery Planning has received a grant from USDOT, and it really couldn't come soon enough. As you know, parking lot crashes account for up to 20% of pedestrian crashes and 10% of all serious injuries and fatalities that involve pedestrians. And so this is something that's important and we need to be looking at. And I want to take a quick second to thank Darcy Buckley from our countywide planning and policy team. When shortly after she joined us, she started working on this grant application, and so she was the impetus for us getting this, and so we really appreciate her effort on this regard. So the guidelines will incorporate proven safety measures and innovative design features to improve safety, mobility, and accessibility for all users of our parking lots, and so we are really excited about getting this. Then a couple of quick personnel updates. Serena Bollinger joined our ranks this week as a historic preservation cultural resources planner 2. Serena is originally from Italy, but has lived in the DC region for about 10 years. Most recently, Serena was an associate planner in Arlington County, but at Montgomery Planning, she's going to be working as an historian on our area master plan teams, as well as assisting with the review of potential historic designations through our master plan for historic preservation, and also working on our historic marker program. So welcome to Serena. And while we're welcoming Serena to our team, we are sadly wishing a fond farewell to Bilal Ali from our Research and Strategic Projects Division. Bilal has been with the Planning Department for about 1.5 years, but it seems like it's been 10 years the amount of work that he's done for us as a real estate market researcher. His last day with us will be next Friday, December 22nd. However, we're likely to continue working with him in some capacity as he'll be joining the County Council's central office staff to work on economic development matters. Bilal will be presenting to the planning board later this morning. It'll be his last opportunity to be before the board, so along with Atul Sharma on our incentive zoning update effort. So be sure to wish him well at that time. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the mics over to Carl Morgan from our Management Services Division in the Planning Department and Kayla Hickman from the Parks Department. Conveniently, after just receiving a Sustainable Growth, the Sustainable Communities Award from the Maryland Department of Planning, it's only appropriate that Carl and Kayla are here to talk about our efforts in the Parks and Planning Departments with regard to sustainability. So I'll pass it off to you guys. You have. You can close this. I don't know where you. I'm going to step aside. Yeah.
All right, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I am Carl Morgan with the Planning Department, and for the record, and I also have here Kayla Hickman, who is the Sustainability Coordinator with the Parks Department. So together we're going to be talking a little bit about, just very briefly, it's a big subject, so we really can only talk about scratch the surface about sustainability here at the Commission, but hopefully it is insightful, and hopefully it also gives an opportunity for feedback and questions that will guide us in future presentations and discussions, because sustainability is one of those things that we want to continually discuss and talk about. So Kayla and I have the opportunity to serve as Montgomery County's representatives on the Commission. The Commission has a bi-county sustainability committee that meets under the leadership of the Office of the Executive Director. And this committee meets regularly to discuss ways that we can implement each county's sustainability plans. We'll be talking a little bit more about that, but each Montgomery County and Prince George's County, as part of the Commission, have separate sustainability plans, but they work together as one. But these plans help us as a commission operate in a sustainable manner and build a culture of sustainability that is woven into the work that we do, not only internally, but as we go out into the communities that we serve. We also participate in other sustainability roles in our respective departments. Our current representatives on the committee include Lisa Dupree from the Executive Director's Office. On Prince George's County, we also work with Lauren Bell, who is with Prince George's Parks and Recreation. And then we also, Kayla and I, work with Adrian Thomas, who is also in Montgomery Parks as a sustainability specialist. So today we'd like to give a brief introduction to sustainability at MNC PPC, particularly in Montgomery County's Department of Parks and Planning. And we look forward to the discussion. And I will turn the time over to Kayla to introduce herself as well.
Yeah, so hi everyone, my name is Kayla Hickman. I'm the Sustainability Coordinator for the Montgomery Parks Department. My office or my team lands and facilities management, so we do a lot of work around renewable energy, energy conservation, and all of that fun stuff. And I'll pass it over to Carl to talk a little bit about like your role in sustainability as it comes to the planning department.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to be here with the department for almost 2 years now in the capacity of the Special Projects and Policy Manager. So I work in management services, and some of the areas of my focus, of course, are sustainability, emergency management planning, accessibility, and then other policy and special projects. I work within the Management Services Division here at the Planning Department, and so we as a division provide support to the department and its team in providing responsibilities that include training, human resources support, budget, purchasing, and then leadership of our administrative staff.
Yeah, and so sustainability at the commission, in order to kind of ground ourselves in what that means, we have to kind of understand like the principles that sustainability really follows. And it's just really simple that everything that we need for our survival and well-being depends directly on our natural environment. And so to pursue sustainability is to create and maintain conditions under which humans and nature can coexist currently and for future generations. And it's nice that you see this within Thrive, kind of, sustainability is understanding that all of these different systems are super interconnected and you have to take this holistic approach. So not just looking at ecological health, but also human and economic health and vitality as well. So at the commission, the core of our mission is to improve the quality of life for all citizens we serve. And so sustainability is really in support of the core of that mission. So there's two dimensions of sustainability that we really look at. One is being how can we provide services and amenities sustainably. So focusing on operationally, how can we be more sustainable, but also what is our role in building thriving and sustainable communities? So how do we influence land use policy, but also like how are we impacting the land since we're one of the largest landowners in the county? Yeah, and so I want to take a second to talk a little bit about climate change because I think it's really important. And so based on the science and reports coming out from the UN, we know that the planet is warming at a rapid rate, and that is due to greenhouse gas emissions linked to human activities. Right now, it's estimated that globally we're out at about a 1 degree Celsius of warming, and globally we've decided to limit that warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that's to prevent increasing and devastating irreversible impacts of climate change. And the climate crisis and the county's responsibility to do something about this was codified in 2017 with the Emergency Climate Mobilization Resolution. And that set a goal for the county community-wide to be carbon neutral by 2035, which is coming up really quickly. We understand generally how climate change is and will continue to impact Montgomery County. There was a climate vulnerability assessment conducted by the county in 2020 that identified extreme heat, flooding, and high winds as primary climate hazards. And understanding that all of these affect our environment and communities in different ways, with the most vulnerable of our populations being impacted the worst by these climate hazards. So unfortunately, climate change is set to exacerbate ecological and also equity crises that we're already currently facing. And I just bring all this up to say that climate change isn't this scenario. It's already here and it's a reality that we're facing. And so it's really important to incorporate in all of our decision making in order to protect our infrastructure, economies, and ecosystems in which our communities deeply rely on. And we're really lucky because we have the solutions to build a carbon-free and climate resilient future. We're going to be talking about some of those things that we're doing here now. And not only do those solutions give us more clean air and clean water, but they also improve our economy and will have the potential to create thousands of jobs in this county alone. So we're really excited about that.
Now, there are a lot of things that we do, and a lot of we recognize that climate change is happening, and it's happening at an increased pace. And while that's going on, it's important that our policies and our planning activities anticipate these conditions. Our development of planning and policy and plan implementation are tools that will guide us through the responses to the negative impacts that we're experiencing, and help us navigate actions that will lessen this pace of climate change and create strong communities that are resilient, healthy, and safe at the same time. The Commission has played an important role in the development of Montgomery County's Climate Action Plan, or the CAP, as you'll frequently hear people refer to it as. That was implemented in 2021, in the summer of 2021. And this plan focuses on specific near-term actions to eliminate the greenhouse gas emissions by 2035, and to mitigate or adapt to the effects of the increased heat and flooding and high winds and drought. Kayla and I work with the county's climate change officer, Sarah Kogel-Smucker, who joined the county about 9 months ago. Well, not 9 months, it was actually in weeks. I believe it's been probably about 10 or 11 weeks now. So, but she leads a team of representatives from other agencies and departments to help implement the CAP, and so we are involved, Kayla and I, in collecting information that both of our departments in the commission are doing in the quarterly reporting on commission actions that support the climate action plan. Thrive Montgomery, of course, is another guiding policy document that we've heard a lot about. It almost seems, I don't know if there's seems inadequate to continue talking about it, but can you really talk enough about Thrive, I guess, is the question, and I don't think so. Because Thrive 2050 was developed in a coordination with the Climate Action Plan. Thrive's recommendations about how land will be conserved or developed for housing, office buildings, parks, agriculture, recreation, transportation, other types of public and private infrastructure all have a major influence on the greenhouse gas emissions, carbon sequestration, and adaptation to climate change. So they're all interconnected. The implementation of Thrive is important, and it goes hand in hand with the implementation of the county's climate action plan. While these outward public-facing documents create a resilient and provide sustainable solutions to communities, the Commission also has its own inward-facing planning that we do, and we mentioned the sustainability plan. This plan serves as a strategic plan for the Commission to implement practices and operations that advance sustainability of the Commission and the communities that we serve.
Yeah, so the commission actually has a practice that formally commits us to sustainability. That's practice 6-40, sustainability standards, and we adopted that in 2012. It was recently updated actually in 2022. And this policy or practice serves to establish the roles of the sustainability coordinator, so it created my role. And it also establishes the roles of the department heads in implementing sustainability within our operations. It also calls for each county to create a 5-year sustainability plan, like Carl mentioned, and the practice really builds the framework of what that plan should cover. Practice 6-40 covers 12 focus areas of sustainability that are under those 3 pillars of sustainability, or they're kind of more like objectives, which are environmental responsibility, economic vitality, and social equity, which sound really familiar because they're very similar to the objectives of Thrive. And last year, the Sustainability Committee was actually tasked with updating the sustainability plan, which really serves as a roadmap for the Planning and Parks departments to advance sustainability of our organization and how we operate. Since Practice 6-40 establishes sustainability standards that touch almost every single aspect of what we do at the Commission, we knew that a wide range of the recommendations would involve a high level of collaboration and coordination between all the departments and divisions. And so in that spirit, the staff engagement process was identified early on as critically important to the development of the plan, because we need a lot of subject matter experts. So we organized 8 different working groups that included over 100 different staff members to help co-create the recommendations that you'll see throughout that plan. Also, while simultaneously really engaging leadership in that process as well. So we were actively engaging the planning board chair and department heads in that process. And once FY26 comes around, which seems like just around the corner, we'll be updating it again, and we'll be engaging with you folks on what that plan should look like. I unfortunately don't have time to go over really like details of what's included in the plan, but I just want to kind of do a little highlight. It includes recommendations with a heavy emphasis on climate action to support the goals of the CAP. And so it sets a goal for the commission to be emissions-free by 2035 in recognition of the county goal. And it does that by setting recommendations on increasing renewable energy on our facilities and parkland, a lot of focus on energy conservation of our facilities, and also transitioning over to a zero emissions fleet because Parks has a lot of vehicles and a lot of equipment. It also identifies our roles as a department in helping achieve the goals of the climate action plan, specifically when it comes to nature-based climate solutions. So how are we caring for the natural resources that are on the land that we own? It also recommends a lot of things around waste reduction, inclusive community engagement, and also just the enhancement of equity and fairness within our communities, especially in terms of equity as we provide amenities in parks. And I just wanted to give a quick snapshot of what sustainability in action looks like at parks. This is obviously not a full range of things, but just wanted a couple of big highlights. I feel like you all might have been already briefed on this, but it's really exciting. Montgomery Parks is really leading in the transition of our equipment to electric. And this is a testament to the commitment from our operational divisions and park maintenance crews. They're really committed to sustainability in this way. And we're set to transition all of our handheld two-cycle lawn equipment to electric by the end of this fiscal year, if it's not happened already, and all of our mowers within the next couple of years. In 2023, we installed 2 new solar arrays at our maintenance facilities, and another one is going to be coming online in 2024. We currently have 2.8 megawatts of solar on parkland. There's a photo there of a big solar field that we have in South Germantown. And in fiscal year 23 alone, that solar generated 3.5 million kilowatt hours of energy. And just to put that in perspective, it's enough energy to power over 300 single-family homes for a year. So it's really awesome. Our natural resources that we steward, unfortunately, are at risk in the face of climate change and also invasive species. And so we're really trying to expand the management and care of those spaces. So our natural resources team is hiring 2 new positions that are going to act as an in-house crew to manage and care for natural spaces to enhance their health and also their resilience to climate change. And last but not least, we do really serve a big environmental education sort of purpose within our mission and goals. And our nature centers recently trained their staff on climate change education, and they created a whole working group around it. And they're focusing on how to incorporate climate change more intentionally in their programming. The new seed classroom is set to be finished sometime in 2024, and this net zero building will really be used as a hub for sustainable education by using the building as a teaching tool on sustainability and climate change. So what those solutions actually look like.
Again, Thrive is very important, and as we've been able to see and been able to get recognition this morning of the role that Thrive Montgomery 2050 plays in sustainability. The interconnection of land use, transportation, climate change, and sustainability and equity requires us to develop a comprehensive and coordinated approach to master planning instead of a more compartmentalized and siloed approach that has been typical of planning in the United States. The human community and the biological community around us are inseparable. They can either build on each other or in other situations break each other down. And the Thrive 2050 recognizes this connectedness in its 3 outcomes of environmental health and resilience, racial equity and social justice, and economic competitiveness. These serve as a consistent foundation on which our other plans and activities will build, ensuring that sustainability is built into our plans, actions, and the overall planning process. The planning department has been involved in a lot of activities. We've been busy incorporating this environmental vision for development laid out in the three planning documents now that we've been discussing, both the sustainability plan, Thrive 2050, and the county's climate action plan. Our planning efforts continue holistically to consider improvement of air quality, protection and improvement of water resources, significant focus on addressing climate change, including our planning for climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. There's a very strong focus on environmental justice as well as protecting and improving human health. Planning staff meet regularly to update, they've been meeting regularly to update our master planning process, and including adding sources of sustainability data collection to better help inform our decision-making and your decision-making as well, of course. The implementing the climate change tool has also come to us through Bill 322 that provided a methodology and a template for Montgomery planning staff to conduct climate assessment of zoning text amendments and master plans. Some examples also of the work that we've been doing include that we're beginning to, as a department, work on Thrive implementation metrics. We've been also working with the county on stormwater management plans with Sligo Creek that will probably be a pilot program for this work. Master plan approvals, of course, are happening, and as was discussed this morning with Fairland and Briggs Cheney master plan being the first plan approved since Thrive, and we also have the pedestrian master plan, rustic roads, functional master plan, among others. We also have been involved in the implementation and update of the forest conservation law that discusses the no net loss of forests. So while we have a sustainability at the committee at the commission, a large team of subject matter experts within our departments focused on sustainability in our planning and operations, in both of our departments, parks and planning, every single one of us here today at the commission are part of the overall sustainability team. So we continue also as a committee to try to engage staff regularly through activities such as Green Fest, which actually took place out here behind us in the plaza. We regularly communicate with staff on recognition days such as America Recycles Day, Bikes to Work Day, Car Free Day. We have lunch and learn meetings where we talk about things such as sustainable cooking demonstrations or other ways that we can incorporate sustainability not only in our work life but our everyday life. There is training and content that we provide to staff through videos and articles and emails, as well as even our swag and that we give away as prizes. Engagement are oftentimes with the thought of environmentally focus and sustainability in mind.
Yeah, and so the message I guess we wanted to end with, and it's really prompt, taking that photo of everybody who was involved with Thrive, and really sustainability is a collective effort. And achieving these really big goals is going to require an institutionalized approach to decision-making and how we operate and plan. And there's so many staff members who are already working on this within their work programs. And so I really want to push the message home that, even though my position is called sustainability coordinator, in no means am I just the only person who's working on this. And I really want to put that forth. And we look forward to continuing this conversation with you all in whatever capacity you're interested in. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickman and Mr. Morgan. This is great to realize that you guys are doing so much, and it's a big, big, big issue, a problem we're trying to solve, and that you guys are doing a good part in this. And I didn't know that there's a county plan, and then it's our plan that we have in integrating all these plans, the sustainability plan. So thank you for letting us know, and we look forward to periodically, I don't know if it's on a yearly basis, to sort of here are the goals and how are we doing against those goals. That would be very helpful to know, but thank you for presenting this morning.
I have a question. Thank you. That was really good. Could you give me just some examples of the climate assessment tool? You said it, you had it on your slide 10. Is it something that we do? I don't know when you say tool, how, just give me a few examples that what we are talking about. What is the tool?
Sure. So we are required by that bill that I think was 3-22, yeah, that to do a climate assessment of every master plan and every zoning text amendment that comes through. So what you've seen when we have a zoning text amendment before you, we accompany that with a report showing, and so we've got a tool. We had a consultant help us prepare a tool, working with staff internally as well, a tool that we use to analyze each of our zoning text amendments, as well as our master plans. And the key thing with this is to be able to integrate that with the master plan process throughout the master plan process, so that we're not just doing an evaluation at the end, but that we're actually saying, you know, are these recommendations that we develop through the master plan process informed by the tool, informed by a kind of a focus on sustainability?
So basically, it's some key indicators that you have designed, and that is just used to assess if the master plan is there. So it's not something that we measure to see how it is. It's just some kind of assessment tool. So it's like some KPI. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I wanted to really thank both of you for not only the presentation, of course, but like the work that you and clearly everyone here is doing. I think that, you know, obviously, and particularly the focus on climate change as part of sustainability, it's something that's on my mind a lot, and I think it's on a lot of our minds a lot. Particularly those of us who, not only, but you know, those of us who have small children and thinking about what the future is going to be like as they grow up. Thinking about kind of aging in these communities as climate change kind of changes the environment around us, and what can we do in a county like this with very different communities, very different geographies, different built environments. It's a phenomenally challenging task, but I say that just to say that like I'm super encouraged because it's always on the forefront of my mind, and I'm super encouraged that it's clearly at the forefront of this department's mind collectively. And so yeah, I just thank you again and really appreciate the information and look forward to getting regular updates. I did have one question. This could be a topic for a different conversation, so I just wanted to put it out there and maybe we can come back to it. The goal of getting to net zero by 2035 to meet the county's goal, in terms of what we can do it sounded like there were sort of kind of three main buckets, like buildings, kind of energy for facilities and buildings, vehicle fleet, and then some combination of kind of operations out in the field with equipment and things like that. You know, it's more intuitive to me, at least, how we get there with the fleet and the equipment, because those are sort of things under our control. But I'm curious what our thinking is or our plans are for, you know, the energy that goes into this building and our facilities and things that sort of aren't directly under our control as much, because of course that's going to be a huge part of getting there, not just us, but as a county. So I'm wondering what our thinking is and plan is for that side of things.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that. And we did do a greenhouse gas assessment, and electricity is our highest greenhouse gas emissions bucket. So I think it's really important to focus on the things that we can control. So that's why we install a lot of solar. And to support the greening of the grid. And I know, just as a separate side note, that the county regularly goes to, I think it's the Public Utilities Commission to advocate for furthering that. But that is a tough challenge as well, because part of what we're doing is electrifying everything. So when we're retrofitting buildings, we're taking out natural gas heating and we're switching it out with more efficient electric heat pumps, with the intention that the state has a goal to clean the energy grid, and they have their own carbon neutrality goals. So, but yeah, it really is to build our own green power that we can pull from. And I think I said that 3.5 million kilowatt hours of renewable energy, that's about 18% of the energy that we use as a commission as a whole, so.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're kind of well on our way to making progress on that end. So that, yeah, that's great to hear. And yeah, thanks again.
Great, thank you so much, and we look forward to, thank you for your presentation. We look forward to updates. Thank you. And we're going to take just a 3-minute break and then start with our next, because we're running a little bit behind. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 6, review fee increases and mixed income housing community plan fees, where staff is asking for approval to implement that. So we have Angela Brown from the planning staff here, and welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Good morning and thank you. For the record, I'm Angela Brown, the Planning Information Manager, which manages planning information, addressing, street naming, and permits in the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. With me is Christina Sorrento, our chief in the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. Staff is requesting the Planning Board's approval of fees. We have a new application type entitled the Mixed Use Housing Community Plan, created in response to the County Council's approval of zoning text amendment number 23-02. We would also like a 6% increase across the board for all fees on our fee schedule worksheet based on the change in the Consumer Price Index between April 2022 and October 2023. An amendment for biohealth priority campus plans and the inclusion of signature business headquarters plans in the fee structure established for biohealth community campus plans. Application fees are set by various legislative actions. Section 50.10.5 of the Montgomery County Code. The Planning Board must approve by resolution the fees necessary to cover the cost of administering this chapter. Section 50.7.6.5.8.2 of the Montgomery County zoning ordinance states where the planning board is the deciding body, fees to cover the cost of administering this chapter must be approved by resolution of the planning board. In Chapter 22A, Article 4, Administrative, Section 22A-26D of the Montgomery County Code, the planning board must charge a fee to cover at least partially the cost of administering this chapter, including review of submittals and field inspections. The fee schedule must be set by the planning board as part of the development application process. Different fees may be set based upon the size of the tract and other relevant factors. This new mixed income housing plan fee was adopted on July 18th, 2023, and became effective August 7th, 2023. The Mixed Income Housing Community Plan replaces the concurrent sketch plan and site plan. The proposed fees were determined by calculating the fee a project would concurrently incur for both a sketch plan and a site plan. The fee was then reduced by approximately 30% to reflect an automatic fee reduction. This new plan is undergoing an exceptionally expedited review time, and the project will receive its approvals much quicker. If approved, this fee type would not be eligible for further fee reductions. The first application of this type is ready to be submitted within the next few weeks. Therefore, the fees must be set before the applicant is able to submit and secure quickly process through this new development. Staff is also requesting a 6% increase across the board for all fees. We came to this conclusion due to the fact of the Consumer Price Index between April 2022 and October 2023. Due to COVID and other serious factors, fees have increased all over for everything, including gas, food, and everything that you can think of. Fees are also required for the new amendment for a biohealth priority campus plan, including signature business headquarters in the existing biohealth priority campus. In conclusion, staff recommends the Planning Board, 1, adopt the established fees for the new mixed-income housing plan, approve the 6% fee increase for all application fees on our fee schedule worksheet, and approve the new biohealth priority campus plan amendment fees and the inclusion of the use of the current existing biohealth campus priority fees for signature business headquarters plans. All fees will become effective January 1, 2024 for any application that has not been submitted by December. I would like to make a correction in my staff report. I said had not been accepted, but I would like to change that to submitted, because submitted tracks the actual date that an applicant submits a project. It can be accepted weeks after that, but if the plan is submitted by December 31st, it will go by the old fee structure. Anything submitted after that would be in effect January 1, 2024. And staff is here for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
I have a few, but I think I first just start with kind of clarifying from my own understanding. The mixed income housing community plan, like those application types, am I correct in understanding that this specifically replaces only the concurrent submissions of sketch and site plans, but not other submission kind of strategies?
Yes, that's correct. It would replace the sketch and the site plan, but there still is an administrative subdivision plan that it would need to submit for, and potentially a forest conservation plan.
Okay, gotcha. And I was also wondering if you could help me understand a little bit better how we're defining mixed income housing communities. And I apologize if this was in the staff report and I missed it, but does this simply refer to, for example, the MPDU mix, or the like other types of mixes within the unit distribution?
So it's a new plan type that was adopted by the council, and this particular plan type has a number of ways you can meet the requirements, but it has to be at least 150,000 square feet of new residential uses, and it has to have a certain percentage of affordable housing. Depending on the type of affordable housing you provide would be the amount of percentage. So some is 50%, some is 30%. It depends on what type of affordable housing. If you meet those requirements, then you could use this plan type.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Just to add to the question that Commissioner Linden asked, do they get a discount because of, providing this kind of, housing that is for all income level? Is it some kind of incentive?
So for the planned fees, we have included a 30% discount already in the fees that we've presented to you. And the reasoning for that is the planning board already has an ability for the planning director to issue a fee reduction for a certain amount of affordable housing being provided in a plan. And we assumed that anybody coming in with this plan type would want that reduction. The reduction that we typically give is around 30%, so that's why we just automatically put the 30% reduction in here. Typically, when we have these expedited plan types, we actually charge more than what the normal is, because it's a lot more strenuous for staff. But considering the type of plan it is, we wanted to include the fee reduction, but that's why we're being very clear that it's not eligible for any further fee reductions.
Is it very transparent to the applicants that 30% reduction is there? I think it's an incentive that is very good, that people recognize and appreciate that they are receiving it because of the type of plan, and also there is no additional fee for the expedited review.
Right.
And any other questions, comments?
I do have a question. The increase is 6%. What was the prior year of increase and what was the percent of increase?
So the last time we took fees to the board for them to be increased was April of 2022, which is why the increase is 6% is from April until October of this year. We try to take them, we are trying in this future going forward to take them about every 2 years, but we figured since we were here now, we might as well combine the two actions. I don't recall, I think it was much bigger because it had been a lot longer since we had brought them back to you. I remember it being somewhere, I don't know, 15, I think it was like in the teens somewhere, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
And it sounds like we're using CPI now, but is CPI the typical way that we manage these fee increases?
That's how we've done it in the past, yes.
That makes sense in terms of consistency. I'm curious though, how we relate kind of CPI increases or just inflation in general increases to, does that relate directly to, for example, like the level of effort it's taking to manage these internally? The concern, of course, in the back of my head is that, you know, as the development costs are increasing due to the same inflation increases, among other things, and I'm wondering if kind of using CPI for these administrative costs as well is moving forward, if it, at least this time, considering that CPI was so high, the change from 2022, if that is just an additional kind of extra burden that would make it like these sort of marginal projects sort of teeter on the edge a little bit. It's hard to talk about that in the abstract, I know. But I'm just curious about, I guess I'm curious about the rationale for using CPI for these kind of administrative programs.
So one of the reasons why we chose to use CPI for the fee structure is there are many other types of fees or that we have to change by resolution from the county council that does also point us to using CPI. For instance, I'm thinking of the fee in lieu for forest conservation must be updated every 2 years based upon this consumer price index. So that's why we chose to do it for this as well. I would say, you know, if inflation is occurring and the level of cost for everything is going up, so is the level of cost of our, you know, our staff and our personnel costs. So I think that's why we chose to use it, is we use it in other ways, and we also find it to be something that's tangible, that you can point to. So that's why we've chosen to go this way.
I guess that makes sense, and it gets to kind of another question that I have and maybe others have, which is, you know, I know the law requires kind of a fee schedule of some sort to cover the administrative costs of managing these permits, and so do all of these fees kind of go to, it sounds like most, if not all, of these fees go to staff costs or the costs kind of internally of just administering the program?
They do, and I will say that they do not cover the actual costs that it takes to review and approve these plans, but they do go towards that.
Do you know what is the percentage of the staff review time that these fees cover? 50%, 60%?
I don't know. I would be hazarding a complete guess to answer that question, so I don't really know.
Yeah, maybe you don't have to tell us now, but maybe you could get back to us. It's a good number to, is it 20, 30, 40? So that would be good. And I just have one quick question. Could you just explain what this signature business headquarters plans, what does that mean?
That was a plan type that was developed when we were trying to compete for the Amazon headquarters. Mm-hmm. And so it's just a plan type that is on the books that could potentially be used. You have to meet certain criteria to even use that plan. But what we noticed was we didn't actually have a fee for it, so we wanted to make sure we included that and had a fee just in case in the future somebody did come in with that.
Okay, thank you. And then the 6% is really, it's really a year and a half increase. I mean, meaning that it's probably in the 4 or something on a year over year. So I have no other questions. Is Commissioner Hedrick, if you're there, do you have any comments or questions? Okay, All right. You're
No,
good?
no comments or questions from me.
Okay, so if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the fee as recommended by staff.
Second.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0, the ayes have it. So thank you. We're just going to take a 1-minute break this time, because we're behind schedule, and we'll go with the next group. So thank you very much, we appreciate it. Good morning again. We're on item number 7, incentive zoning update study briefing, where staff is recommending, presenting to the planning board and getting feedback. So we have this morning Atul Sharma from the planning group leading this presentation, and you can introduce your staff members there, but we look forward, we're very, very interested in hearing your presentation. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Atul Sharma, and we are very excited to be here in front of the board. This is our second time coming to you for this project, and we will be sharing with you a summary of our analysis on this effort that we've done to date. We'll provide you with an overview and key takeaways and talk about the overall project schedule and next steps. Before I go into introducing us, I want to turn to the Deputy Director, Robert Cronenberg, and see if he had any comments to share at this point.
Thank you, Atul. And yes, and I want to, first of all, say thank you to Bilal as well, who you heard earlier is going to be leaving us and going to work at with the County Council staff. Atul and Bilal and the whole group have been instrumental in really putting this together. And this really is a significant achievement, because this updating the point system and kind of reevaluating what's a priority and kind of what's been successful, maybe what's not been as successful, and kind of evaluating that with a group of stakeholders and a variety of people here in the office as well that use it on a very regular basis is a fantastic achievement in getting to this state. I know that I won't say this was the easier part because the next piece is recommendations on what to change. So they definitely have some challenges, but some good challenges, I think, ahead in terms of how we see this being implemented through our regulatory applications. So anyway, I want to say thank you to them, thank you to the whole team, to Hyatt Brown for really helping assist the team in coming up with some great analysis for this document, and we see that continuing. So they've done a fantastic job. I'll stop and let them move ahead. But I definitely wanted to give kudos to the team, especially Atul and Bilal for kind of leading this effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And as Robert mentioned, this project has been touched by many hands. And I know there has been a lot sort of commented on Bilal's participation, but that will not stop me from recognizing him one more time. Bilal really joined the department about 18 months ago, and this was one of the first projects he worked on. And he really did dive in headfirst into this project and has contributed to every aspect of the analysis that we will present to you today. He will be working in a new position at the county council as a legislative analyst focusing on economic development, which this policy is very directly related to as well. So we look forward to working with him in that role, but really wanted to take a moment and thank him for his expertise, his leadership, and his collaborative approach. And we've had new members join the team as well. Lu-Wei Wong has started working with us in the director's office and will be helping us with this effort. But I wanted to see if Bilal, you wanted to say anything before we turn to Hyatt Brown.
Thank you, members of the planning board. For the record, I'm Bilal Ali. I really appreciate all the kind words. Everyone's just so friendly and so kind. And, I'm really excited about the future and working at the county council, but from where I'm sitting today, this is easily the best job I've ever had. These are the best colleagues I've ever had. This is the coolest project I've ever had the chance of working on, and I'm really excited to share it all with you. And I just have to give a special thanks to so many people, but in particular, Atul, who's been just an incredible mentor and leader to me personally, and it's not just the jacket. It's everything. So thank you, Atul, for everything. Robert, Jason, and Carrie McCarthy, thank you for all the support, and I look forward to working with you all in the future.
Thanks, Bilal. And I'm going to let Dawn Pitts from Hyatt Brown say a few words.
Sure. Thank you, Atul. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dawn Pitts. I'm a director with Hyatt Brown. Hyatt Brown is a boutique real estate and engineering advisory firm. We've had the privilege to support staff here with working on this project with some of the financial and other elements of their analysis.
Thank you, Dawn. So let's get right into it. We have a lot of material to share today. So just to sort of set the stage here, we are at the analysis phase of the project. We came to the board in the spring and shared a scope of work. The board approved that scope of work, and we've been following that scope to inform our analysis work. We hope to take guidance from the board today and really spend the spring of the coming year to formulate some early recommendations. So there are no recommendations being presented at this time. And in fact, we want to have the board be a party to thinking of recommendations. So when we do think of recommendations, we'll probably come to you and talk about approaches before we come and start talking about details and ideas so that you all have the ability to shape this as this moves forward. And then we hope to work with you through working sessions as needed in the summer, and then transmit the updated version of this policy and this study to council, and whether that is through a briefing or through a ZTA or whatever the appropriate measures the board feels at that time, we will sort of implement those. So, we've done a lot of work here. We've done different types of analysis, quantitative, qualitative, but really wanted to step back and sort of say a few things about this. First of all, this is a nationally recognized policy to begin with. Most jurisdictions, even today, do not have incentive zoning practices in place to incentivize development. So the creators of this policy really were forward-thinking. And I know Pam is in the audience here. Pam was very involved with making this policy up. So thank you for giving us a very strong sort of start. And having said that, we have really sort of taken a very deep dive and evaluated every aspect of the policy, from its theoretical underpinnings to financial assumptions and also the experience of implementing it on both the public sector side and also the private sector side. So really understanding a 360 view of this. We've done a lot of different types of analysis. We'll walk you through it. But most importantly, we've tried to synthesize all that into objective and data-driven sort of takeaways so that those can be the foundation on which we can lay the recommendations when we work with you in the coming year. And we will unpack our analysis for you, but there are 6 key things that we have learned along the way here. And I just want to mention them briefly here, and we'll conclude with sort of unpacking these in more detail. Well, first of all, there has been uneven development across the 4 incentive zones. This policy, 98% of the projects in this optional method of development have been concentrated in the CR and the CRT zones. In fact, 80% of the development has been exclusively in the CR zones. We have not received a single project in this policy in the LSC zone, and we've received only 1 project under this policy since 2010 in the EUF zone. So, and that kind of makes a little bit of sense, and we'll get into the rationale behind that. When we compared this policy to other jurisdictions, which we did, we realized that the point system is quite expansive, and it is one that it has not really been sort of updated in a while in a meaningful, comprehensive way. And the county has passed many landmark legislations. You heard about 2 of them, Thrive and CAP, also the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act. And so this policy has been lagging a little bit, so it's really timely to think about an update. And even though we have a large menu, we get a handful of benefits from the large menu delivered over and over again. So there's a pattern, a recurring pattern of benefits. And then we also sort of through our analysis have come to a conclusion that considerations of cost and feasibility were considered during the formulation of the policy, but did not become sort of the key aspects of evaluation of what is being provided, because at the time it was thought of that the costs were one part of it. Planning and community priorities were also an important consideration. So that has been a key takeaway. And then one very unique thing about this policy is that in contrast to other jurisdictions, we actually map this incentive density to parcels ahead of negotiating for public benefits. That is very different from how jurisdictions in the region do it, how jurisdictions nationally do it. And so this sets up a somewhat of an indirect mechanism of exchange. So you're not actively rezoning or talking about zoning density when you're talking about what type of benefits you would receive. You're actually, it's almost like a scoring system, which is done after the fact. So very nuanced, but very important difference when you look at other jurisdictions. And last but not the least, we have passed a lot of great countywide rules, regulations, and so this policy really needs to be aligned with those to make sure that it becomes a tool to achieve the vision of Thrive, to achieve the vision of the Climate Action Plan, to achieve the vision of the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act. So I would think of this as we need an update, but it's not an update that can just happen to your phone as you are working through the day. You have to plug your phone in, leave it overnight, and it's a major kind of software update that is required to this policy. And we think it's a great time to think about these questions, and we look forward to formulating recommendations. Just to give a quick sort of refresher on how this current policy works, it applies to 4 zones, the CR, CRT, LSC, and EOF. The purpose of these zones was to provide flexible zoning for infill development near transit or in clusters of employment and life science uses. And the implementation guidelines are the document that guide sort of how to apply the policy. It provides criteria to evaluate the adequacy of public benefits for staff, for the board, for applicants. And one of the key goals of creating this menu-based approach was to ensure predictability and transparency in the development review process. So that's why we have a menu, and we don't sort of do this project by project on every sort of individual application that comes in. And for us, we are really trying to find recommendations that will bring a balance between the public benefits that are required, the cost of development in the county and the cost of including these public benefits in those developments, and making sure that the county goals as outlined in our various sector plans, our general plan, our climate action plan, are being sort of realized through this policy, and this policy is moving the needle on these very important goals. So I'm going to let Bilal talk a little bit about the mechanics of how the point system works today, and then we'll dive into the analysis.
Thank you. This is just a brief explanation of the point system as a refresher for you all. Density is distributed in terms of FAR in these zones. And so you have a diagram demonstrating FAR in the top right corner. This is an example of one FAR where the building size is equal to the lot size. In the first image, it's 1 story. And so if you had a 10,000 square foot lot and a 10,000 square foot building in 1 story, you'd have 1 FAR. Alternatively, you could have 2 stories of 5,000 square feet totaling 10,000 square feet and still be at 1 FAR. If you covered 50% of the lot, but had 2 stories or 1 story, that would be 0.5 FAR. And that's important because our standard method and optional method thresholds are also determined in terms of FAR. So in the CR and the LSC zones, that threshold is 0.5. Below that, all development is by right. And you don't necessarily have to come to the planning department, although sometimes they do. And in the CRT and the EOF zone, that threshold's even higher at 1 FAR. So all projects up to 1 FAR do not have to include public benefits and can develop by right. The bottom right-hand corner just shows how these are designated in a master planning process. So for example, if you had a site where they determined CRT zoning, the maximum density of 2, the commercial density in this case would be limited to 1 FAR. The residential density would be 1.5, and because there's a height component, the height would be capped at 60 feet. And just to point out that in this instance, you couldn't maximize that 2 FAR with just one use. It would have to be a combination of uses. And then we have these implementation guidelines as well that determine which public benefits are available to different applications.
Could
This
you
is a
just
great graphic, by the way.
Oh,
Thank you.
If you just go back, can I ask a question now?
Yeah.
Because I was reviewing this, and the maximum CRT is 2 FAR. But if the commercial is just 1 and the residential is 1.5, so we never achieve the FAR 2.
No, you could in combination. So you could do, say, up to 1.5 of residential and then 0.5 commercial, but you couldn't do more than 1 FAR's worth of commercial or
So
more.
you add those together.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do have a question. Sure. So the bottom has the H60. And so when you're looking at this ratio of like 100% of the lot covered, but then the maximum height is 60 feet, how is the height calculated into the FAR? So when you're looking at floor area ratio, the building square footage divided by the land square footage, where does the height come in?
Yeah,
So you can
I'm
update.
happy to answer that, and that's a good question. You know, the 3 images up top are really diagrammatic, right? It's a mathematical version of a building. When, let's say it's an apartment building, and it's built on a CRT property, that building would probably be between 4 and 6 stories. It would have, because you wouldn't be able to just put the building on the whole site, because you would probably need some area for parking, loading, servicing, which pushes the building up. And so the mean there's a tip, and not all sites are flat. So there's grade in a site. So the applicant has to establish, per the zoning ordinance, a measuring point for the height, which is usually the average topography of the lot. And from that, they measure to the highest portion of the building that you're building. So if it's a 5-story building, that height's probably going to land somewhere between 50 and 53 to 54 feet. If it's a 6-story building, you might be able to squeeze that into 60 feet. So the height is measured from the average elevation of the lot to the highest part of the building.
So the FAR just deals with the land area and the amount of the area occupied by the footprint of the building,
Including all the floors.
including all the floors.
So if the building was, let's say, 10,000 square feet and it had 6 floors, and the lot was 30,000 square feet, that would be 60,000 square feet of development on a 30,000 square foot lot, and the FAR would be 2. And things like parking are not included in the development calculations for FAR. So it's really the active programmed use, whether it's commercial or residential.
Is it preferred that FAR be maximized or minimized when building?
That's a great question. And I think for the context of the incentive zones, since these are our zones most near transit, the goal is to maximize the FAR. Because we, as a county and local government, have spent so much money in the transit infrastructure, we want to make sure that applicants are indeed using the optional method of development, which is the only way you can maximize the development potential of these sites near transit.
Yeah, Commissioner Bartley, from the developer, if the project is feasible, they always don't want to leave 1 square foot on the table. You know, I mean, but sometimes they're not exclude. Like, for example, sometimes you can't get the 60 feet on the site, and sometimes you can get the 60 feet but can't max out the density. So it's always, you're trying to, it's a puzzle. And sometimes you can get it all, sometimes you can't. Most times you're leaving some on the table, okay?
I think that's an important point, just that there is I think you're sort of getting at this too, there is a relationship between the height and the FAR, and you kind of need enough height the more FAR you have, unless you have a really large site to be, on lower story or lower heights. If you have a small site, you need a lot of height to realize that density, and that's true.
Yeah. And just to be clear, most of these in the incentive zones are going to be, on average, relatively smaller sites.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So it would require multiple floors to achieve the maximum FAR on most incentive zoning sites.
So this point system cannot be used, or is it allowed to be used for the whole county if the developer wants? It's just for these specific areas that you are providing?
In these 4 zones, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at the sort of colored splotches on the county map, most of which are near transit or in some clustering of life science uses, these are the only places where you can use the point system today to do development that would let you build above the standard method FAR of 0.5 or 1.
It is technically a countywide policy in that any master plan in any part of the county could utilize one of these zones, but they are currently only applied in certain places by design. And this is just the implementation guidelines component. So there's a document that defines all of the public benefits. Currently, they're organized thematically, which is based on the Lead for Neighborhood Design guidelines, which is what they were based on previously. And I just want to mention one of the main goals of pursuing this policy in the first place was to ensure transparency and predictability. That was one of the main tenets. And now we're thinking a little bit more about proportionality as well. But at the time, transparency was one of the main features of this policy. And just to point out also, each master plan has the ability to recommend priorities of public benefits to sort of make them sensitive to the local context, although as we found, that mechanism hasn't been as strong as we would have hoped for.
Thank you, Bilal. So diving right into the analysis, we did 5 different things, and we're going to quickly tell the board why we did this, how we went about analyzing this topic, and what were the key takeaways. So we looked at the overall development to date to understand what have we received in terms of optional method projects and the public benefits that come along with them. We assessed the implementation guidelines to understand what the on-the-ground experience is for the public sector and the private sector in implementing this policy. We also placed a lot of emphasis on financial feasibility impacts of public benefits to understand the role costs and incentives play in the delivery of various public benefits. And then we looked outwards and compared our program to jurisdictions that have similar programs across the country. And then it was important for us to also see not just what public benefits another jurisdiction might have, but we wanted to understand how do regional jurisdictions, including the district and counties in Virginia. How are they negotiating and regulating these type of projects? And can we learn some best practices from them? So looking at what we have received under the optional method to date, we wanted to study this to understand the magnitude and see if there are any patterns of repeated delivery of public benefits, and we did uncover some. We did this through a very intensive exercise of hand collecting all the data and through resolutions and staff reports, and then converting into an online data hub, which is available on the project website. And what we have sort of realized is that even though there are 36 sort of benefits, they can really be put into two buckets. One bucket is things that we receive frequently and a lot of, things like structured parking and BLTs. And then there's another bucket of benefits that we rarely receive, which are the lower bars here. And those include things like habitat preservation, live-work units, and we have an idea of why this dynamic exists. Because if you look at the top 10 public benefits, which are on the screen here, they're either things like structured parking, which you kind of have to utilize to make a project fit on a tight site near transit, or they can be things like BLTs, which are a legal requirement in the CR and LSC zone to be able to be approved under the optional method. And then there's a third category of things like cool roofs and energy conservation, which are really features that the market is demanding today for greener buildings so that the developers can market that and also achieve competitive rents for their buildings. And the data really does suggest that the applicants are much more likely to provide a higher standard of these more common public benefits than go outside of this and include a thing like a daycare or a live-work unit or do adaptive reuse, because it may not fit their standard portfolio of development. And so that includes uncertainty and risk for them, so they tend to stick to what they know how to do well, and those are these three buckets. But there's a repercussion to that. That means that master plans, when they prioritize certain community benefits, which are shown in the orange bars here, those are not always being delivered successfully through development, which is what you see in the blue bars here. And there's a disconnect, and that is something that this update should strongly sort of think through. More recent master plans, like the Bethesda plan, have taken a very sort of proactive, aggressive approach to this, where they actually changed the menu for Bethesda. They made most of the public benefits either de jure or de facto requirements, and then they eliminated things like structured parking and transit proximity from the menu, off the table, took it off the table because it wasn't contextually sort of beneficial for those projects. We're now going to talk about what we learned sort of looking at the implementation guidelines document, and I'm going to turn to Bilal for that.
Thank you. We did a qualitative assessment of the implementation guidelines and some of the other policy documents underpinning this policy. And it was a useful complement to the quantitative analysis because a lot of the findings actually helped to explain what we saw in the numbers, which we sort of just generated theories of when we did that quantitative analysis in the first place. And so, like I said, this was a qualitative analysis. We were trying to understand the quality of the written guidance in the implementation guidelines. Are the intent statements behind each public benefit clear? Are they easily defined? Are the components that are included for requirement and the way that they'll be scored easy to understand and transparent? And is their interaction with other policies that they reference clear and easy to interact with as well? And so we did our own really thorough critical analysis of this language. We summarized that for each public benefit and then created an interactive kind of spreadsheet, or not a spreadsheet, a slideshow that we shared with our staff, but also our technical working group and outreach sort of strategy that we had with stakeholders from other agencies and the development community. And so we got that feedback about what's working, what have you seen, and then just weighing in with anything else that they've experienced that we may not have asked about for each public benefit. And then we summed up all of that into 8 general takeaways that we'll present now. And so one of the first most obvious things I think that we found was that the current benefit categories are sort of organized thematically, which makes sense but now that we have these very specific policy priorities that are themselves sort of multidisciplinary, not necessarily containing just one sort of theme, We think that there needs to be a better alignment so that we can actually gauge progress in meeting the specific and explicit policy goals that are codified in these documents. And, we have the benefit of having that guidance as well. So I think a big part of this update will include looking to them and just tightening that connection.
Another key takeaway from this qualitative analysis was that the point system has not kept up with changes in technology, construction codes, and development best practices. Therefore, certain benefits and criteria are outdated. Mostly people navigate the world through smartphones and online sort of maps now. So this idea of having wayfinding signage may not be the most useful public benefit to consider. For example, there are other things like trip mitigation, which are being kind of superseded by recommendations in like off-site improvements for LATR guidelines, et cetera. And then there are other things like recycling facilities, which have become more part and parcel of just standard operating procedures of having buildings in the county. So there are a few things here that haven't sort of kept up with the changes, and it is worth considering whether they should continue to be a part of the new updated menu.
Yeah, and because the menu got bigger as it was sort of updated over time since 2010, there's a lot more benefits. And what we noticed was that there was some overlap, some conflict, and some competition even between some of these benefits. So, for example, in the design category, exceptional design is pretty broadly defined and includes a lot of things and components in order to receive points for it, of which, architectural elevations and tower stepbacks might be subsumed into that. And so there's a question of, well, if you're getting one, do you necessarily need the others? And it does maybe provide flexibility, but it also obfuscates the sort of success of any one of those moving the needle on what you're looking for. And so there's that challenge there. And there's also some conflicting guidance where there's a contradiction between trying to reduce parking, but then also providing points for public parking. And also there's some competition amongst, for example, cool roof and vegetated roof. There's only one roof. And so, you can either have one or the other, and there's a question of which one would be the most useful and most consistent with the policy priorities that we have.
And the overarching sort of guidance in the original policy was that points should be given for things that are not required by other laws. So in essence, you would get points for going above and beyond the sort of basic requirements. However, over time, things have been added to this menu. We've had new legislation, new rules. So now there is some inconsistency in what we give points for. For example, BLT, the purchase of BLTs is required in the CR and LSC zones, but we still give points for that. Similarly, things like cool roof and energy conservation, they might be needed at this point just to meet the requirements of the International Green Construction Code, which DPS is in the process of updating as we speak and is going to, most likely ratchet up those requirements even more. So do these things even go above and beyond the basic requirement? And then there are, things like minimum parking and structured parking and enhanced accessibility, which are really inherent benefits of development, but they are currently available for earning points for applicants.
Thank you. And finally, we found that you can pretty much divide the public benefits into whether they can be applied in any project in any part of the county or whether they need some specific location to be able to include them. So things that are universally applicable are things like energy conservation and generation, because every development is a building, and so it can include those features. But not all developments are within up to 1 mile of transit necessarily, and so those are more contextual. And this is interesting because the policy, when it was originally conceived, was designed for the North Bethesda White Flint Master Plan area, and then over time was stretched to sort of be applied throughout the county, even though, not all master plans apply it everywhere. But to the extent that it's a countywide policy, there's a bit of a disconnect with having things that are not necessarily universal. And one of the major public benefits that gets caught up in this issue is structured parking, which, as we saw, is one of the most common public benefits. And in most sites within the CR zones, which are too small to include surface parking, they have to include structured parking. And so there's this question of whether they should be rewarding points for it. But because the policy is countywide, there are large sites where market feasibility and the fact that there's enough space for surface parking may compel a developer or applicant to use surface parking instead of structured parking. So in that case, it may be useful as an incentive. And so there's a question of whether or not the policy should be countywide or whether all the public benefits should then only be from this sort of universal category. And that's a decision we'll have to make. And so shifting gears a little bit back to some numbers. We'll talk a little bit about financial feasibility, and this was a very complex analysis, and so we had a lot of assistance from Hyatt Brown on this. If you could just go to the next slide. There was generally 3 objectives here, and it was basically to just get a really detailed dollars and cents understanding of the policy. So the first step was, can we price each of these public benefits? Can we cost them out somehow? And then can we estimate the value of incentive density? How much value is our zoning creating? And so we calculate the difference between the value an optional method project might generate compared to a standard method project. And then we also tested pro formas where we included the cost of including public benefits and figured out how that changed their feasibility metrics like yield on cost and return on cost and things like that. So generally, how valuable is optional method development? What value have we created? And how do public benefits change the cost and revenue equation? And so we'll just go through each of those steps separately in the terms of the approach, and then we'll go over some findings, and I'll turn to Dawn as well. But basically here, we worked with Hyatt Brown to determine, whether public benefits first should be priced based on an incremental or unit basis, like per square foot, or just overall. And then they use their considerable expertise with real-world development and connection with the stakeholders in the development community to price these things. And then we just pulled out NPDUs separately because it's a little more complicated, and we felt like we needed to do a separate analysis of that, and so we'll present that as well. For the value of incentive density, we created 5 detailed development scenarios in different sort of planning and market contexts from around the county. And then we created standard method prototypes and then optional method prototypes. And I think we developed about 13 in total, and we compared the 2 to figure out what the difference was and what that value was between by right and optional method development. And then finally, using those same scenarios, we built in construction costs of public benefits based on the exercise that Hyatt Brown did. And we had to do a little more thinking to make sure that the costs were sort of realistic within the models, and then figured out how that changed the pro forma and what decisions that might create for a developer at that point. And so just as a high level, some of the takeaways were that, most of these public benefits have ranges, which makes sense because there are thresholds of points that you can earn within the implementation guidelines, and so we needed to do that. And this helped reveal some ranking of public benefits in terms of their costs. And so it was very clear off the bat that adaptive buildings, affordable housing, structured parking, care centers are going to be very expensive to include, whereas some of the things like the agreements and trip mitigation, recycling facility plans were going to be lower or easier to include in a project in terms of cost. And that some were really hard to define. Even though we did all this work, we still had to punt on finding the cost for some of these because maybe in the case of public art, the obstacle isn't necessarily the expense, which can be wide-ranging, and even major public facility, which ostensibly is an infrastructure project or capital-type project, but the guidelines allow for a large variety of things to be approved under it, and so the range is really too large to identify in this exercise. And I'll just turn it to Dawn for some more takeaways on this.
Sure, thank you. I think one of the most interesting takeaways from our analysis is really the fact that we spent quite a bit of time, and you can see here the breakouts in individually costing out each of these items, but that doesn't necessarily reflect, one, how a developer looks at it, and the actual cost to the developer. We talked a little bit about what makes a market feasible project, and so there are elements of many of these things. So using structured parking as an example, or minimum parking as an example, depending on the site or the specific project, the developer is going to consider those things even before they're looking at public benefits. And so the actual cost of providing the public benefit isn't necessarily the cost of providing the item, but it's the incremental cost and how that might shift. So that, I think, was one of the real key takeaways. You can look at what it costs to provide certain things. And maybe a better example is something like exceptional design, where, you know, a developer may be compelled to provide elements that may qualify for exceptional design just to create a market feasible project or a project that they think will be attractive to potential tenants. Before even looking at the public benefits. So that, I think, was one of the key things. The other thing is that there are fluctuations in these costs. We did provide ranges, and those ranges in many cases depend specifically on the specifics of the building or the specific development. But these costs are going to fluctuate. We've recently lived through the pandemic where construction costs and things change very significantly in a very short period of time. But the real value here is understanding the order of magnitude when comparing specific benefits to each other, and even comparing those specific benefits to the overall cost of the project. So I think those are the real key takeaways. Just going back to my notes really quickly, but yeah, I think those are the real key takeaways. Actually, the one other point that I want to bring out is that as developers are looking at these and thinking about how they're going to determine or how they're going to meet a points requirement in order to qualify for incentive density, they're also looking at trade-offs. They're looking at trade-offs in cost, they're looking at trade-offs in what their ultimate project is going to look like. And so again, it's not always a complete cost equation for them. There are a lot of different things that they're considering as they're walking through this process.
And to understand how these costs play into, you know, a development project, we internally developed 5 different scenarios that tested hypothetical projects in different market conditions and different market areas. And even though they're hypothetical, they are dialed in pretty strongly and convincingly. We used our own expertise and Hyatt Brown's input into things like, you know, per square foot assumptions for units, for commercial buildings, floor plates, parking ratios, the amount a developer would sort of pencil in for streets and parks and all of that. So we developed 5 scenarios, one that looked at a high-rise in Bethesda type of a location, for example, on a 3/4 acre site, a 3-acre site for the wood apartment building in a place like Rock Spring, a 25-acre site out in the upper portions of the county where somebody might do townhouse and 2-over-2 type development, life science 20-acre site, you know, not unlike what you see in the Great Seneca Plan area with ARE developments. And then last but not the least, like a 25-acre large site in Mid-County, like a Pike and Rose or the WMATA site on top of the metro station, where you could develop several blocks in several phases with a mix of uses. And we even modeled a version where somebody might underdevelop this site with just residential sort of towns and mostly 2-over-2 type development, to get a really broad understanding of development costs and what it would mean to include public benefits. And you can kind of see here snapshots of our models that show, you know, what a standard method on a 25-acre site might look like, which is basically a strip shopping center anchored with a grocery store, and what happens when you develop that same site with a residential only option, or what happens when you sort of up the density and then really integrate other uses. So we did this with a very like objective approach, looked at projects in the county, used our own expertise and as architects and developers to come up with these hypothetical sort of situations.
Thank you. And so those are what we modeled effectively, and we created, Hyatt Brown created very detailed models for that we have and we've been working with. And so just to explain a little bit of our thinking and how we approach this, just bear with me as I walk through a lot of numbers. And we're not going to sort of go through all the findings of the specific dollar amounts, but just our summary of them. So, you know, feel free to ask me any questions. One more disclaimer is, you know, because this is a hypothetical exercise, there are very few points or real-world examples where these dollar numbers ever exist in a pro forma or for a developer or for whomever. You know, costs are paid out over time, rents are, you know, generated over time and increase as a building is leased up. And at no point are you really comparing the overall value to the overall cost in terms of money that you have in a bank. So these are kind of hypothetical numbers, but we needed to do this to understand the order of magnitude of what we're really playing with here. So the number that we pull out of this is feasibility surplus. All projects that pencil have to have more value or revenue than the cost to build it. And there's a minimum threshold, And so we wanted to identify what that threshold was for each of these. Or that we know what the minimum threshold is, but we wanted to calculate what that difference was in absolute dollar values for each of these prototypes. So in this case, we're looking at our life science scenario, where our standard method was just 2 lab buildings. Then our optional method was another lab building and a small multifamily building as well. In our standard method project, I think it's about $271 million that we assumed a total development cost for that prototype. We assumed that the market value for that would be about $319 million, and so the difference is about $47.5 million. In the optional method prototype, the costs increase because it's more expensive. There's more to be built, and that increases to, is it 571? I'm forgetting and I can't see.
563.
563, and a larger number is the market value, and the difference is about 95 million. Right, 95?
99 million.
99.5 million, thank you. And I just wanted to just take a brief aside to comment on this, by the way, and just sort of harken back to an item that you heard last week from Great Seneca. I pulled out life sciences specifically here because the standard method builds up to 0.5 FAR. We assumed 1.25 FAR for our optional method prototype. In the LSC area, the maximum density is 1.5. And what you're seeing here is actually not a significant amount of value going from optional method to standard method. Typically, to really incentivize going to optional method, you need to give an applicant or a developer the opportunity to dynamically increase the development program. But based on what's required under the LSC zoning, which has a 30% limit on residential development and gross floor area in terms of gross floor area, we actually don't significantly increase the value. It's more of like a linear increase in the value, and therefore the costs also increase linearly. It's not like creating a lot more value that's more interesting than what the more standard prototypical development that exists today is. So I just wanted to point that out also. The implication being there should be more density, by the way. So anyway, so going from that surplus, we wanted to figure out, okay, what's the increment of that surplus that is above the minimum threshold of feasibility? So in this case, we're looking at our urban high-rise concrete prototype in Bethesda, where we estimate about $116.6 million in costs. We estimate the market value to be $152.6. Based on our conservative assumptions of a yield on cost, we think development costs could increase by $11.6 million and still maintain that feasibility threshold. And so this is the sort of envelope that we're playing with to sort of, right-size our public benefit package, but just is by no means a target, but it gives you sort of a general level to sort of target that package and then balance with the other goals that we're trying to achieve.
Can I think that for at least for me to digest this easier is a percentage, not the numbers. So supposedly, if the development is total cost is 100K, say 100, and the total market is 120, so that's 20%. I don't know if I can call it profit. What is worthwhile for a developer to do this to stay in business? Because my understanding from what I have seen throughout this past 40 years, that I do not know about such a big development, but when you have a contractor come in to build something for you, they hardly make 10%. If they make 10%, they are happy if it's a big project, okay? And they say that, okay, we made money and we can continue doing more. Now, if we want to encourage development in Montgomery County, what is the percentage for profitability for the developers to incentivize them to come? That is easy for me to digest, percentage-wise.
There's a nuanced answer to that question. So developers look at profitability in a couple of different ways. One is something called yield or return on cost, which is basically you're spending a certain amount of money, so that's a total development cost to build a building. And that building, and this is the way typically what you'll see, multifamily, office, life science, those types of developers, that building is going to return them an annual return. In this, we call it NOI, it's net operating income. The yield on cost or return on cost is just that annual return that they're going to project that they'll get in their first stabilized year, so the first year the building's operating, over the total development cost. That's called a yield on cost. That is one measure of return, and developers compare that to something called a cap rate. And a cap rate is a number, it's essentially, it's expressed as a percentage, and the cap rate is essentially what the market is. It's a market set number. It's essentially what the market, how the market is valuing the cost of buying that specific building. And so what the developer does is they look at, I'll get this much return for building it, but I could also buy it. And so as long as the return to build it is higher than the return to buy it, then I'll build it. Does that kind of make sense? It's a little nuanced.
No, I understand what you're saying. This is a different way of looking at it, but that's how we should, whatever the developer uses to see that what is their return or their yield, this is how we should compare. The difference between the blue and red should match with that yield, and see that we have to compare with their expectations and what we see to see that if this is something that, because we could provide all of these incentives and it could go way above the yield. And then they may build one and they say, okay, we are not going to make money in here and we are losing money, so we don't want to continue further on. And this is what is important for us, at least for me, that I'm sitting here. When I look at these incentives that we provide, yeah, we want them to do all of these incentives, but at the same time, are we taking the shirt out of their back, or are we giving them a lot more than what we should? That's the sense of comparison that helps me to see what is reasonable to ask.
Yeah, I mean, great point. I mean, that's basically the thrust for this exercise. That's why we did it. And we actually go through the numbers and those exact thresholds in the staff report, which has the summary of every model that you can look at. And I think one of the main takeaways, and we'll hit on this in a few slides, is yes, we should absolutely try to be more sensitive to financial considerations in real time. And so this analysis was a hypothetical way to understand how the policy's been working, the cost of the existing menu, and the types of development that we have actually approved. So we're looking back, but it's also, I think, giving us a path forward in terms of here are things that we can figure out, so maybe we should try to use this information as well.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, what you're saying, are these incentive benefits, even though are there things that we want that the developer can get in an incremental or additional yield on, because if they don't get additional yield on, they won't do the project. So we're trying to figure out what are the right things to do. And so thank you.
Yeah, and we do think that when we come to you for recommendations, we will torture you with some tough questions, because we think we'll have to pick. Right now, it's a very broad menu. It has so many things on it. Sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't. And even going into development over the next decade, it's not getting any cheaper to do these projects. So we, as an organization, really have to prioritize what are the most important public benefits, and then how much of those benefits do we want to ask for, so that we do get them repeatedly, they do move the needle on our policy goals, and that they're tied to some level of sort of industry expectations around profit and return on investment. So all great points.
Is there a frequency of updating these incentives? Because things would change, and we have been waiting too long for this, and I'm wondering that it's great you're doing that, but at the same time I think that if there is not enough flexibility that based on the market conditions or things that happens, we have that flexibility, then it should be some kind of frequency that when we should come back and look at it.
That's another great point. And when we talk about our case studies in a minute, you'll see that successful programs that were maybe created after this policy, so more recently they've maybe looked at us and learned some lessons too. They have a mechanism to update it. You know, just like the board updates the growth and infrastructure policy, or you just approved a adjustment to the application fees for certain application types. We do think that it is a best practice that should be brought forward, that there should be a somewhat reasonably easy way to update this. I think part of the reason why this hasn't been updated so frequently is it's enshrined in the zoning ordinance. So to do that, you have to go through the ZTA process, you have to identify what you're changing and go through that entire thing. And regardless of how we choose to do it, doing it more frequently absolutely makes sense.
I have a question with regards to us being a service organization and the want for maximization in development and construction so that we have more uses for our public. Are the developers having any input in this process, and are they going to be able to sit down and meet with you all and tell you what they would like to see and what would incentivize them to build and provide the public amenities? Thanks.
That's again a very good question, and even everything that you see today, we've already taken to our technical working group, which had affordable housing developers, life science developers, market rate developers. So there were 4 developers in a group of 15. There were land use attorneys, civil engineers, architects, planners. There were members of local government as a part of that. So we have been keeping them. Of course, we haven't made any recommendations. I think the most heightened interest will come to the conversation when we actually recommend changes, but our intention is to continue to engage the technical working group and also hold open houses where anybody can come and give us comments about the recommendations that we are sort of cooking up, because it is very important and it should be informed by the stakeholders that this is going to end up impacting the most.
And to be clear, we vetted a lot of our assumptions in this analysis with them as we did it, and so we feel pretty good about the defensibility of this work so far. So yeah, just some of the takeaways from the feasibility impacts analysis. So what we learned was that where the standard method doesn't pencil, yes, there's absolutely an incentive to pursue optional method development. And so there is clearly an impetus to include public benefits to receive some value back. However, where the standard method is feasible and generates a sufficient return, such as in the life sciences scenario or our exurban scenario where we tested sort of a townhome development up to 1 FAR, there isn't necessarily enough additional optional method density on the table to compel somebody to increase their development costs with public benefits to pursue, say, 0.25 or 0.5 FAR above 1 FAR. And the life sciences development, again, being a very specific product type, maybe that maximum allowable density today with the restriction on residential isn't compelling enough for a developer to include public benefits. And the other thing that we learned was that, even though this policy was designed for North Bethesda, where the Pike and Rose development is very successful, there's only so many high-density TOD type developments of that scale that can exist. And so there's only so many options to really get public benefits that scale up to that level. And so, smaller projects obviously provide less or sort of public benefits packages. But there's just limited demand for that, and so we have to be able to set the expectations of what's possible with this policy and the type of development that we get as well. Maybe make the policy sensitive to that as well. And then just as an aside here, we did look at these MPDUs as well, and we have a separate cutout in our staff report about this. But they receive outsized attention in development review, and as a matter of policy in general. And it's actually not that easy to define these costs because of all the different policies that it interacts with and the sort of conditions of building types and zoning and things like that. And so we figured it was worth looking at it in detail. And we, took a similar approach where we looked at different prototypes, and we chose these based on materials. So materials being one of the main determinants of construction costs. So concrete is very expensive. That's the high rise. We assume a wood over podium prototype, and then also townhomes, which can have a cheaper material but are larger than apartments. So they're expensive to build. And so what we found in general, again, is that the zoning and the site size are critical in terms of how the MPDUs impact the feasibility. And I just want to clarify, we only tested the impacts of MPDUs worth points. So projects have to provide up to 12.5% MPDUs. We calculate the cost of each MPDU above that because those are the only ones that are worth points. So like I said, zoning and site size affect the feasibility. And one of the reasons is that, there are other policies such as the density bonus. And through our analysis, we sort of found that the density bonus actually tapers off. And so after providing 15% MPDUs, there's less incentive to provide more MPDUs, and then the density bonus caps at 35%. Depending on the site, that may or may not be enough. But interestingly, there are a lot of developments where you can actually tap into that density because you're limited by material. So in a stick-built mid-rise or wood-built mid-rise, those buildings are typically capped at 350 to 400 units. Well, if the underlying zoning allows for a building of that size, there's no incentive to pursue a density bonus because you can't use it. And so that's generally what we found was, in the cases like where there's an overlay zone, like in Bethesda and now in Silver Spring, although we haven't had any approvals in Silver Spring that we've analyzed. But if you can get a height bonus, but that height bonus is sort of tied to the amount of additional MPDUs you're creating. So it's more space, but only to fit those MPDUs. There's also a situation where a project could tap into the density bonus. It could become bigger with more market rate and more MPDUs. And in that case, the market rate units tend to offset the cost of providing MPDUs. But then there's that third scenario that I just described where the project can't get bigger at all, and so each additional MPDU for points actually costs market rate units, so it significantly worsens the feasibility. And that's typically true in like townhomes where the townhomes tend to cover a large portion of these sites, and so adding more MPDUs means removing market rate units. And so having said all that, where we landed in these prototypes in terms of how much they impact the ones worth points. In the high rise, we think that may cost per MPDU worth point about $90,000 to $100,000. And in the prototypes we tested up to $4 million in total. The mid-rise we think cost between $10,000 to $11,000 in terms of the difference between their value and the cost to construct them, and total up to say $700,000 depending on how many are included. And then the townhomes, because they're large, costs about $150,000 and can, because they're also reducing the market rate, costs up to say $11 million in the prototypes that we tested.
So let me understand you better. If you go back, so a townhome MPDU, the way you're showing $150,000 less, so they have to pay their own money because they're not going to recover that.
That's right. It's the difference between the value that they can sell it for and how much they're paying to build it. And it's that difference is a net cost to them of $150,000.
So that means that the market value is going to go up that much because somehow they have to make money. So if they lose money on one MPDU, they try to recover it throughout the other market value.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
typically and we do include, most of our projects have to, or all of our projects have to include MPDUs, and so they're building enough market rate units, and typically, market rate units will pay for themselves and then some, and so the idea is that surplus offsets the net impact of providing the MPDUs, but that's the requirement, so the ones above that, how much does that change the equation in this case? Yeah, if you add an MPDU, you have to reduce.
It's going to increase the additional, it's going to increase the price of the market value, so it's going to reduce the affordability for people. Because
That
if
would
it-
be one
yeah.
way for the developer to compensate for the cost. But I think what's also interesting here is that because each MPDU above 12.5% costs about $150,000 to build and sell. You don't get a lot of projects that include MPDUs above 12.5% because the points themselves are not an strong enough incentive to have a developer take on $150,000
Yeah.
cost per unit, and even if they're spreading it to the market rate unit. So we rarely
Or
see.
build more. If it gave them more density, then they could build more, and then the difference would be less.
Yeah,
for
and,
them.
and that was sort of that second scenario where the zoning is just low enough where the building can actually get bigger by using the density bonus. It's able to build more market rate to
Yeah.
offset the MPDUs and actually
Yes.
increase the value in some
Yeah.
instances. That's true.
That would work if we could do it that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, importantly, we are obviously, we have a policy to incentivize more MPDUs, but this, we're not necessarily stewarding the MPDU policy. And so I think, from this slide, anyway, there are some recommendations about, strengthening that alignment with other agencies and other policies, but they're just recommendations that I think other people will have to undertake as well. And one of them is that, this MPDU for the townhomes or the for sale units in particular have a massive gap between the cost to build and the cost of the money that they receive, because unlike the rental units, which are based on income and AMI, and a percentage of your income, they'll increase as incomes increase. But for sale MPDUs are priced on a construction cost metric that's codified in Chapter 25A, and those don't necessarily increase with income. And so actually, the for sale units are priced at a number that's affordable to 50 to 60% of AMI, whereas the rentals are priced at a price that's affordable to 60 to 70% of AMI. Now, still, it's 60 to 70% of AMI households that purchase those for sale MPDUs, but the point is they're priced at a much lower rate, and so that delta is much larger, and it's exaggerated by the fact that townhomes are large and expensive to build. And the point being here that, we just need better alignment with other agencies and policies if affordable housing or other policies that sit elsewhere are going to be a core component of this going forward.
So do we have any partnership that, like HOC or MHP or other government agencies to subsidize some of these, either that some, I do not know if they do it, to subsidize either that people that they buy it at a higher price, or subsidize it to the developer that they could provide more of the MTDU. So if instead of $150,000, they could get a subsidy that it's going to be $100,000 or $75,000, then they can provide more MPDU. I do not know if that some kind of partnership exists.
I don't know that we have that information, Commissioner. There's clearly some partnerships that go on with development, whether it's with the county, whether it's with other private development groups, and I'm not sure we have the information that shows kind of what the agreement is for that financial contribution to offset the costs that you're talking about. But we can definitely ask, and we can look into that. I just don't think we have that information here right now.
Yeah, it would be good to at least, I think that maybe all the other people know, but I really don't know that when it is MHP and HOC. I know that they do their own development. But also I have heard that a lot of times they just provide, help for individuals that they're buying. So they have some kind of criteria that they use. But I'm not sure that if there are, any kind of encouragement or agencies that help developers that, okay, if you are 12.5%, if you increase it to 15%, it could be some help that we could increase in the areas that we want to incentivize to get more, affordable housing. If that kind of partnership that they get partnered with the developers at the very beginning to provide more, and they participate in some percentages of those MPDU, additional MPDU that they wouldn't have done otherwise.
Yeah, so we'll try to get those answers, but I know if it's county-owned land, one of the things they may do is to reduce the price of the land to developers or give them the land so that they can, at least you can write down the land cost so that whatever if it's 75,000 per unit, they don't have to, they could either build more or reduce the price to. And then I know that there are HOC in the state have some funding for first-time home buyers to help, for the deposit or some other or fees that they have to do. So I know that, but we'll see if we can find more information. Thank you.
So what I can share is that when you're talking about for rent in PDUs, there are a number of programs. So typically when a developer is constructing a project where the goal is to provide more than the base 12.5% of MPDUs, they're typically working with a variety of federal, state, et cetera, subsidies in order to make that development affordable. In many cases, the cost to operate those projects just barely is just barely covered by the rent.
Is just barely covered by.
Is just barely covered by the rent. And so you do need subsidies in order to build something with any significant level of affordable housing. And to Commissioner Harris' point, there are quite a few programs that, referring to the last bullet there, where it's difficult for households at certain levels of AMI to save enough money to put down a reasonable down payment that's required. There are a number of programs that attempt to support those home buyers in order to get those. So there are programs that we could provide some details on those types of programs to do that, but in many cases, if they're helping the developer, it's typically for rent in order to, create a number of subsidies in order to make the project feasible. And when you're talking about a for sale project, it's typically helping the actual homeowner, potential homeowner, with trying to get to the threshold they need to meet in order to actually purchase the home.
And I got to jump in real quick, not to belabor that point. I think everybody's done a really good job of addressing it, but down payment assistance is an incredibly expensive subsidy as well, on a per unit basis. And usually when you're partnering with a developer or something like that, you're in for larger numbers of affordable units or using tax credits or something like that. You're also increasing the complexity of the administration and the reporting for that particular project as well, because for each funding stream that you include, that's another set of income requirements and reporting and stuff like that. They can increase the complexity of a project. It's harder than it looks to sort of layer those subsidies if it's not something that you're doing specifically.
I would just,
yeah.
No, sorry. I was just going to point, I think that's great, and I think it's really interesting to hear appetites for sort of thinking creatively about this. But I would also just add, I think one of the more basic things from this slide is there may be a recommendation to improve the pricing standards for sale units, which would go a long way to reducing that gap also. And we've been, part of our technical working group included members from DHCA, and so they're, aware of this, and so these discussions and analysis. And I think one of the things that we will do is provide recommendations that extend beyond this point system update that other agencies may have to carry out to help improve this coordination. So in addition to those complex programs, I think there are more simple solutions as well.
Okay, so we've thrown a lot at you, and we are getting to the end here. So far, we've just looked at our own program, but we wanted to share a few key highlights from what we learned by looking at jurisdictions in the region and beyond. And we really looked at 3 national municipalities, Austin, Detroit, and Seattle, because each of them had an interesting and successful incentive zoning program. And we also looked at 3 regional municipalities in Arlington, Fairfax, and Washington, D.C., because they had specific public benefits that they incentivized with a very sort of micro-focused program. So, Don, I would invite you to share some findings from your analysis of this.
Sure. So focusing first on the national case studies, Austin, Detroit, and Seattle, I think two of the key things that we found here is, one, the use of what we call gatekeeper requirements. And so for specific municipalities, Austin and Seattle, in order to play in their incentive zoning programs at all, you have to provide specific benefits. So they have prioritized specific policy goals, and those specific policy goals, you have to provide a benefit that's associated with those specific policy goals to play at all. And that is very different from, or I won't say very different, but it is a bit different from Montgomery County's policy, which has this full menu, and where developers essentially choose from specific items in that menu to get to a certain number of points. The other thing is, and this is a little bit different from the gatekeeper requirements, is that, for instance, in Austin, and I think it's on the next slide, in Austin specifically, you have to provide affordable housing affordable housing sufficient to meet about 50% of your density bonus. And that's because, as you know, you've probably seen in Austin, affordable housing is a key policy issue for them. And so they are specifically focusing on this, on that in and of itself. So I think those are kind of the two key things. A third point that we found very interesting is that in some places, they allow payments in lieu. So that's allowed for certain benefits in Montgomery County, but it's I think on a much more general basis. It's applied in certain other jurisdictions, which is essentially a revenue stream that the county or the municipality can use in order to devote to their own specific policy goals. And then finally, and I think this was discussed earlier, the idea of the regular reviews. In several of these policies, at 2, 3, 5-year specific timeframes, the legislation has a review process built into it to ensure that the policies themselves stay current with current policy goals and also market fluctuations as well.
Thank you, Don. And in terms of the sort of regulatory lessons here, a couple of things to point out. Jurisdictions, we found that jurisdictions that have clear formulas and a sliding scale of approvable density are easier to implement, and they maintain proportionality. So you don't need to read the tables here, but the Austin's program, for example, the exchange is completely FAR-based. So if you build 2 square feet of a daycare use, you get 1 square foot of additional density. If you build 1 square foot of an affordable housing use in your project, you get another square foot of it. So it's a very direct quid pro quo exchange, easy to understand, easy to manage. Similarly, Arlington's program, which is in the table to the right, gives you increments of FAR based on how sustainable your building is. If you're silver, you get some FAR. If you're gold, you get another 0.25. If you go platinum or net zero, you get more. So it's very clear what you are getting for going above and beyond the requirements. And this is in contrast to our system, where if you're pursuing optional method, projects have to meet the same number of points within a certain zone. Mostly, there are some exceptions to small sites, but mostly, like in the CR, most projects are striving for 100 points. And it's sort of irrelevant to how intensely you are developing that site or not. So you could build to 2 FAR or 8 FAR, but you're still trying to hit 100 points. So we think there's maybe some ideas to strengthen proportionality in the exchange, and maybe even considering a different currency of exchange than points, because points are a scoring criteria, whereas the more sort of direct exchange, as we see in these other things, is all based on square foot for square foot or performance for FAR sort of exchange. And that's a very meaningful and powerful, quite frankly, way to have that exchange rather than this after the fact sort of scoring of what the project is providing. We also, just to let the board know, we looked at regulatory review across the region to understand how others are doing regulatory review of these projects. We studied Alexandria's DSUP process, Arlington's 4.1 application process, the PUD process in DC, and also Fairfax's proffer system to see how others are doing this. And some of the things that we learned was that, yes, most jurisdictions do use a multi-step process to review these type of projects because they're so complex. Several of them are multi-phase, high density, lot of things on the table there. So having a multi-step process was quite common. However, fewer jurisdictions included such a vast prescriptive menu as ours, so that was interesting. And then in terms of when the negotiations occur, this is a really key sort of difference in how we are currently doing it compared to other jurisdictions where you're negotiating for public benefits during an active rezoning case. And that is a completely different dynamic and provides a very strong sort of motivation for everybody involved to think creatively and meet the sort of public benefit requirements that are needed in that place. So that was just something interesting to point out here. And then to just wrap us up here, here are the 6 key takeaways again. There's been uneven development. So one of the questions this raises across the 4 zones is, should this policy apply to the zones where we've never received a single project in 13 years? Or should a different version of the policy apply to each zone so it can be more effective? That's a question we'll think about. Similarly, when the menu is so large, how often it should be updated. I think that's a question that's been raised by the board already, and I think it's a good question to think about. If we have these 36 benefits, and we are not getting half of them in any manner or frequency. So a question here is, what are the most impactful public benefits that should be on the menu? And particularly, what are the kind of things that we would not get if the menu didn't exist? And are those things important to move key policy goals? And if yes, then those things could be prioritized within a more streamlined menu.
Yeah, and I mean, just to repeat again, we've seen that we tend to receive the same public benefits in these optional method projects. Our data helped explain why, so did our qualitative analysis. The implementation guidelines sort of compel the inclusion of certain benefits. It's gotten so big, as Atul mentioned, to the point where we have a mechanism to ostensibly guide the selection. But part of the issue, as we also heard, was that, it's a county-wide policy, and so we need that mechanism. Perhaps if this was more geographically focused or focused on certain market conditions, that there may not be that need, because you can tie things to that context specifically. And then, as Atul has also mentioned, considerations of cost and feasibility were made at the time that the policy was created, but it wasn't a key determinant in how the system was developed. And so we think, as to your point, the several commissioners have made, that there may need to be a more explicit exchange of financial information that, allows us to keep up with changing market conditions as well.
And, as I mentioned, we do have an indirect mechanism of exchange in these points, and that's very unique. So that's something to consider moving forward. And that a stronger alignment is definitely and critically needed with updated county goals. And that's very important because the original point system was created on this model, Lead for Neighborhood Development model. And it made a lot of sense to use that model because it was very much about places like White Flint, and it highlighted those priorities that were most important to that planning area. Over time, we have adopted so many new regulations in the past 6 years. In 2019, we passed the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act. In 21, we passed the Climate Action Plan. In 22, we adopted Thrive. In 2020, we had a major sort of disruption to the development industry. So this policy really does need to sort of catch up to those major shifts. And so when we look to recommendations, and we'll come back to the board to talk about those, there are really 2 things we need to achieve. One is to modernize this policy to bring it up to speed, and then really think long-term over the next decade or 12 years to think about what would be the most important public benefits that should be prioritized to achieve key policy goals, and not get caught up in the problems of today, because this policy, again, should be sort of have a shelf life of longer than 6 months or 1 year or even 2 years. We can always update it along the way more periodically, but it does need to project forward to this sort of 2035, 2050 time horizon. So that's all the news we have today. It was a lot. Really appreciate your patience and sort of engagement through the thing, and we are happy to answer any more questions. And in terms of next steps, we'll come back to the board in the spring.
Go back to that 65 and
60.
also 62, slide 65, the one that you, well, why don't you go to slide 62 first, and then we come back to this. The one question I have, and I think that you even said it, do we need to go with the point system? Even though before I be as a commissioner, and I was, at DPS or other places, I heard over and over that this point system is not working, it's not the right thing. I don't know. This is what I'm just saying, that this is what I have heard. So, and I heard that there are, if you look at slide 62, not everybody has a menu, okay? Montgomery County and DC have, Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax, they don't. And you know what? We have always been compared with those three jurisdictions that you have said, and they always say that we are behind them. And again, I don't know if that's right or true, but this is what the perception is, that we are out there. So now that you're looking at this, I think that, and also if you do this point system, then you have to update it. Now, those other jurisdictions in Virginia that they don't have this previously defined as a menu, and they have probably some kind of criteria that they use it as negotiation per development. In my opinion, at that time, you know exactly for that area, for that zoning, what is the priority, and you can negotiate it because there is the flexibility there to get the best for the public at the same time, for the development, for the economy to go. And it's simpler. Right now, when I started reading this, my brain hurt. I have so much stuff. That's why eventually I said that I'm going to listen, because when you guys explain, I understand. But when you look at just a cold number, it's very difficult to understand. So I would suggest that. But the goal that we have is that to make it simple, easy to understand, and look at the good practices that everybody compares us. And do we have to stay on point system, or can we get away from it to something different that we could give it a try and see if that works?
Yeah, so we don't have a lot of time here, so I'll ask each commissioner to weigh in here, but let me just quickly say that this is a great deep dive, and this is as you continue, this is just the start, not the finish. So I think Commissioner Bedouin, they're getting there. And so I liked how you did it. I liked the fact-based, financially based, because that's how developers also look. Can I make money? I think that whatever, I know that you said in certain jurisdictions they negotiate every deal. Maybe whatever we decide on, or maybe a piece of it can be negotiated, because every, area is a little bit different, and you want to incentivize, certain things in different areas, and so maybe a piece of, even if you had a point system, maybe 25% of the points or 10% can be something unique to that you can negotiate at that time of. I like. Maybe, and also this thing about what's coming up a lot with developers, some of it because of the economy, is undergrounding versus not undergrounding. So I don't know if undergrounding of utilities could be something that can be negotiated based on some point system. Do we get something, they get, or unless in certain areas you want the gateway to have underground, but you can't negotiate on that, but maybe there are certain places you can, just a thought. But I think this is really wonderful. I think, that, like you said, things that you're going to get in a project anyway, in an urban area, structured parking lot, don't get points for that, right? But focus on what the things you really need. So thank you for doing this. We look forward to more information. We may have to, as you come in and, as we dive deeper, to go over some of the tables and things like that. But thank you. Yeah,
and not to belabor the point, but this is truly excellent work. I'm in my own nerdy way, I really enjoyed reading through the report this week. And I think I support a lot of the comments up here. I specifically just a couple of thoughts as we move forward. I know we're almost out of time, but I am intrigued by the sort of active negotiation piece of this instead of previously mapping, zoning. And I'm also, this was mentioned in the report, and I think it's an interesting example. We in the Bethesda overlay zone, we do sort of have a version of that, and I thought that was interesting to point out and evaluate on its own terms, and Bethesda is a very unique market, of course, and so we can't maybe extrapolate entirely, but that is intriguing, and I think that we see maybe some kind of more tailored benefits in some ways, like you were talking about, different parts of the county need different things, and so in that way, we're seeing fewer of some things in some places because of that. So that's something that's sticking in my mind. And the other piece is, maybe related to that. You mentioned kind of, I think Austin was a good example of this, the little bit more like transactional nature of, instead of using points, a little bit more transactional. You give, in a proportional way, you give a little bit more, you get a little bit more. And that's also intriguing to me, particularly with things like, for things like affordable housing or parking, for example, like really driving down parking. Although that may be trickier when you're talking about, a lot more density. But those are, I think those are sticking points in my mind, and I look forward to continuing to talk about that as we come back. So thanks again.
Thank you. I have 4 questions that don't need to be answered today, but if you shoot me an email, I'd really appreciate it. And the questions are this: what are the specific incentives enumerated, and what does the developer receive? And is it of a benefit to the developer, and does it equate to cash and profit? That's like the bottom line for developers. And then finally, comment is, Bilal, I've enjoyed your presentations. You're a delight to listen to, and you're a delight when we meet in the hall. And I wish you best of luck and continued success.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, Mr. Hedrick.
Just wanted to echo a lot of the comments from there, and the rest of the commissioners, and Bilal, good luck as well as you go forth. I just also wanted to sort of make a recommendation. I'd like to see, in addition, going forward, some analysis of increasing the ability for by right development as well, within whatever restrictions we have within the zoning code, within certain areas, to sort of, we get a lot of public benefit from density and housing, and I'd like to see some analysis of that, if it's possible, to sort of layer some of that in here as we go forward. That was the only comment I would make at this point.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks.
So great. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Bilal. And we will miss you, but you are part of a bigger family now, so we have some place to visit, and please come back. And you've always been upbeat and love your smile, and so thank you so much, and thank you, team, for this analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Likewise.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll start again. On item number 8, 7749 Old Georgetown Road sketch plan. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, 7749 Old Georgetown Road, sketch plan number 320240010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and planning staff member Grace Bogdan is providing the report this morning. Thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you. Good morning, or afternoon now. Grace Bogdan for the record with Down County Planning, presenting 7749 Old Georgetown Road. This is a sketch plan application, so the sketch plan is the first in the development series, so to speak. It's a conceptual in nature where we're looking at maximum density, maximum height, the building massing, and the public benefit points. So if the planning board were to approve this project today, it would require subsequent preliminary plan and site plan applications. The project is located in downtown Bethesda at the intersection of St. Elmo Avenue and Old Georgetown Road, as well as Wilson Lane and Arlington Road. This is an iconic five-way intersection, sort of a gateway corner, if you will, entering downtown Bethesda. The project site is approximately 0.2 tract acres in size, is zoned CR5 with a maximum height of 175 and within the Bethesda overlay zone. It's also within the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. The aerial on the right side of your screen shows the existing conditions on site. It is currently developed with a couple commercial structures. On the left side of your screen, you can see a Google Maps image of the corner. You can see the 3-story commercial structure with Old Georgetown Grill on the ground floor with a couple other retail shops. Behind this building along the Old Georgetown Road frontage is the Jewelry Exchange and the associated surface parking lot. And then on the left side of your screen, as you look down St. Elmo Avenue, there's 2 other one-story buildings with the Kickboxing Academy of Bethesda and a floor shop. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the site with a new mixed-use building up to 175 feet in height. The mixed-use building envisions ground floor retail, approximately 6,000 square feet, and residential above up to 240,000 square feet, and envisions up to 240 multifamily units, with 15% moderately priced dwelling units included. To maximize this density, the applicant is proposing to utilize up to 89,165 square feet of Bethesda overlay zone density. And the project will include a subsurface parking structure for approximately 143 spaces. The proposal plan is on the right side of your screen. The north arrow has turned to the right, so we see St. Elmo Avenue at the top of your screen, Old Georgetown Road to your left. The applicant is proposing a main building entrance on the corner of St. Elmo Avenue and Old Georgetown Road. And then as the building goes up, the applicant is proposing a green roof on the various levels to achieve a Bethesda sector plan recommendation of 35% green cover. This slide shows the access and circulation with the green and yellowish arrows. You can see the loading and garage access will be off of St. Elmo Avenue. And in the orange dashed line, you'll see the pedestrian access along both frontages. The applicant will be improving the streetscape according to the Bethesda streetscape standards. Utilities will be undergrounded. And then on the St. Elmo Avenue frontage in the blue dashed line, you'll see there is a master plan future bicycle lane, which the applicant will be participating in with details to be determined at preliminary plan. These images on your screen show the conceptual massing proposed. On the left side of your screen, this image is taken sort of at a pedestrian level at Old Georgetown Road and St. Elmo Avenue, looking at the corner design. The applicant is proposing a chevron design. As you can see, it sort of has this zigzag weave, and the building shows a 6-story base design with a step back on St. Elmo Avenue of 10 feet and on Old Georgetown Road of 5 feet above the base. The middle image is a bird's eye perspective looking over Old Georgetown Road with the commercial building existing on your right side. The applicant is proposing to step back the tower above the base from that existing commercial building 22.5 feet. The Bethesda design guidelines envisions tower separations of a minimum of 45 feet up to 60 feet. So the way that we review this in individual property redevelopment is asking the buildings to provide a tower setback of half of the 45 feet, so 22.5 feet from that. So if and when that commercial building property redevelops, it would also provide 22.5 feet to meet that minimum 45-foot distance. This project was reviewed at the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel twice at their June and July meetings, and at the conclusion of the July meeting, the DAP voted the project is on track to receive a minimum 10 public benefit points for design excellence. And at the time of site plan, they asked to return with options for the corner design, particularly how the corner treatment grounds at that public realm, at the ground level. As an optional method in the CR zone, the applicant is required to provide a minimum 100 public benefit points. After that long discussion we just had, the applicant is proposing to achieve that through 4 categories. Those are listed on your screen. I just want to point out 2. One under quality of building and site design. Within the Bethesda overlay zone, the applicant is required to meet that minimum 10 design excellence points or exceptional design, and they are on track for that. And then under protection and enhancement of the natural environment, this project is located within a high energy conservation area of downtown Bethesda, where the applicant is required to meet a minimum 15 points in this energy conservation category, which essentially means the building needs to be designed in a way that it will exceed the county standard by 17.5%. So the applicant will be required to provide an energy model at site plan, which will be reviewed at the folks over by Department of Environmental Protection for that. We do have one correction for you on the data table within the staff report. I believe it's on page 14. And this is just to correct the FAR number. The math is correct, but the number is not 3, it's 5. We did we received an email inquiry back in June prior to this letter being accepted, and so we included that email in your packet today. And essentially, the applicant was asking questions about tower separation and how that's reviewed for new developments in Bethesda. There were a couple developments that it listed, and this was one of them. And so, as I previously stated, and we replied to this person, that the tower separation is a minimum 22.5 feet for individual properties to get that minimum 45 between the 2 towers. And so with that, we do find that the application satisfies the applicable sections of the zoning ordinance and is in conformance with the downtown sector plan, and we are recommending approval with conditions.
Great, great. Looks like a lovely project. We look forward to the next step, seeing it in in preliminary and site plan. But I have no further comments. Any other commissioners have comments or questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to make a presentation? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Harris and Commissioners. Matt Gordon on behalf of the applicant, Stonebridge. And I was going to let David Cerniglia from Stonebridge to my left just say a few words. But we're in agreement with all the staff recommendations, and we really appreciated and enjoyed working with Ms. Bogdan and the rest of the Down County team. They helped us through the process very efficiently and helped improve the design of the project. So we're really excited to get moving in 2024 with the preliminary plan and site plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'd like to also echo Matt's statement as well, and thanks to staff for diligent work over the last few months. And look forward to the next year, the first half of the year. That's where the fun begins, and we get to design the exterior of this building and make it a wonderful project for Bethesda. We're really looking forward to that. So we'd like to thank you again.
Yeah. But big picture, what is your thoughts on the timing of the next steps, and when would you like to get in the ground? What are your thoughts?
Good questions. We would like next steps certainly is to come back with staff at the beginning of the year and work through with DAP at the early stages of the year as well. And like to submit probably Q2 with the preliminary site plan combination, and come back to the board in probably Q3, early Q4 next year, and then that'll start the real large heavy hitting work, a combination of working with the engineers and architects to be able to put the plans together in a state that we can get the set of drawings ready for construction, hopefully in the 25 to late 25 stage.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners? Comments, questions?
Just a few questions.
Okay.
I'll try to keep it super brief. I just preface by saying this looks like a great project. But I have I guess one question. So this is not intended to be a criticism, of course, of so related to parking. It sounds like you're proposing something along the lines of like a 0.6 ratio right now. This is what I kind of roughly calculated, 140-ish to 240 units. I thought I read in the staff report that this is in a parking lot district, which actually brings the minimum all the way down to 0. And, the proximity to Metro is excellent. It's a quarter-mile away. Also, like several bus routes going sort of east-west along Old Georgetown and then north, kind of snaking back to Wisconsin and going north from there. So I'm curious about the rationale, although the ratio obviously is better than we'll see in many places. I'm curious about the rationale to still have a level as high as 143 in this really transit-rich area that also has really an increasingly high number of bike and ped amenities that are continuing to be built out, and obviously you'll provide some of that as well. And then for staff related to that question, the minimum parking seemed to get 15 of 20 incentive density points. And although this program seems like it may change in the near future, I'm curious how kind of this level of minimum, do you think kind of you evaluated that to be worthy of 15 of 20, considering that the actual minimum is 0 in this area?
Sure, that's a fair question. And just for the record, we're not awarding points particularly right now. So we do see, when the project comes in as sketch plan application, we look at sort of conceptually the calculation that they provided for minimum parking. We don't necessarily agree with that one, and we flag it for points and say that, we'll review this more thoroughly at site plan. And I think the calculation, I'm looking at Katie our transportation reviewer in the background, the calculation for minimum parking has been heavily reviewed to make sure we're doing it correctly, because there's a lot of reductions that are allowed. Like in the Bethesda overlay zone, the parking's allowed to be reduced by 80%. And then you're referring to the parking lot district where you can actually, go down to 0. However, I don't think technically that we would review that as the minimum. It's just that it could go down to 0 without a parking waiver. And so there's sort of technicalities and their nuances there.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that. But I'm still curious about the rationale, just behind the overall number, if you would. Thanks.
No, I appreciate the question. I mean, it's certainly a question that we ask ourselves through every development project we work on, depending upon where it is. Certainly, the market data does support closer to a 1 ratio, which obviously the more parking you provide, especially subsurface, the more expensive it is. And so you don't want to go down further than you really need to. And then it's balancing out the marketability of the project to be able to have folks actually rent space, certainly in the need for parking. And points 0.6 to 0.7, somewhere around there, I'm not sure where we're going to end up depending upon the number of units that we finalize throughout the design process. It's really a function of the market, of what tenants do require and are looking for. And it's sort of a learn. I mean, obviously the ebb and flow under the pandemic and whatnot of using Metro and using mass transit and whatnot is kind of, it will ebb and flow a little bit throughout probably the next the life of the building, certainly. And we do hope that more folks do use mass transit versus the need and the ability to park in these underground structures. It's something we'll continue to look at in future buildings as we go through, and certainly as we design the rest of this building here throughout preliminary stage, we'll continue to look at that ratio as well and see where we end up falling, depending upon how many units we end up with.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
But that is not sometimes developers say, because I once was a developer, that it's a lender, a lender. So you said you think it's based on your studies of, do you have other buildings and utilization? I mean, you think that that's the right number, or are lenders pushing for a certain parking ratio?
It's more market-based than it is lender-based from what we're finding. It's kind of it's working with different property management teams throughout the area, and certainly every area is a tad different depending upon where you are. But we do find in this area of Montgomery County, I mean, we've done flats 130 over in the heart of Bethesda, and then flats 8300 up the north side of Bethesda. And both of those projects still do demand a decent amount of parking, even for being close to Metro. So this one is no different, but we'll continue to study that to make sure that we're providing the right amount of parking. Again, we'd rather not build more parking than we need, certainly. If it's not going to be used, there's no sense to spend the money on doing that.
Okay.
But it is more market-based than it is necessarily lender-based.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hedrick?
Sorry, let me unmute myself. Yeah, no, mostly just to echo what Commissioner Linden has mentioned. I would, yeah, as taking a hard look at the parking, it's a good ratio. For the number of units, I'd like it to be better. I'd love to see as many units and as much housing on that particular piece of property as possible. I know that, I mean, there are parking structures down there in that area. You're across the street from one that's a public, I think it's county, if I remember correctly, that's across the street there. But just mostly to echo what Commissioner Linden has said, is I'd like to see the density uh, as much density as possible and see what kind of reduction we get in the parking in there. I think would be good to just take a look at that in the preliminary and the site plan.
Understood, thank you.
Yeah, great. So,
Someone else can. Just one other quick question on a different topic. I don't know if did you have something else to
No.
So that intersection obviously is, you mentioned it's sort of iconic in its own troubling way. It's a challenging intersection, and challenging for all sorts of reasons, for all sorts of people. It's hard. It's incredibly hard and timely. It takes a lot of time to walk across. It's in really bad condition just from an infrastructure standpoint to try to take a stroller across, or if you're in a wheelchair. I'm just curious. I know this is outside the scope of this project, but do we know if SHA or MCDOT is there any capital project in the pipeline right now to address either the operations of that intersection or just the quality of the infrastructure for that intersection? Because this project and others along St. Elmo going to introduce a large number of people walking, and of course driving, but hopefully a lot of people walking too, and taking their bikes and so on. So it seems like it could lead to more problems in an already problematic intersection.
SHA and DOT were involved through the development review process, and I didn't hear during that time any mention of CIP projects referring, that would address what you're speaking to. But DOT will be reviewing it again at preliminary plan. I know that when we're talking about that master plan bike lane, that there will be some improvements at that corner, and they're going to be reviewing it in terms of safety for sight distance. And so in that particular corner, they will be reviewing it. But no, I'm not aware of any larger CIP projects.
Thanks.
great. Being no other questions and comments, do I have a motion for approval of?
I move to approve item number 8,
So we're just approving the sketch plan now?
sketch plan
Yeah,
number 3202-40010.
I second.
Yeah, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, the ayes have it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck with your project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so I have one more announcement here. So right after lunch, we're going to item number 13, which is closed session. And according to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provision Article 3-305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, and B, consult with staff consultants or other individuals about pending or potential litigation. And the topic is pending or potential litigation. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I move to go to closed section.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. All right. Thank you. We'll be back in 1 hour. At 2:05. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, Retail Shops 15504 New Hampshire Avenue. Preliminary Plan Amendment 1999-100B and Preliminary Forest Conservation Plan number F20230130, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. The staff, Philip Estes and Sandra Pereira, are presenting this afternoon, so thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Philip Estes with the Up County Division, and I'm here today with the review team for the Retail Shops 15504 New Hampshire Avenue project. This is preliminary plan amendment number 1999-100B to develop one lot for a 7,063 square foot commercial building, commercial retail service establishment building. Also, we have Forest Conservation Plan Amendment Number F20230130. The applicant has satisfied and met all the noticing requirements for the applications with a sign posting and a notice of application mailing to nearby property owners. Planning staff has also provided the notice of public hearing, and to date, we've received no community comments about these applications. The neighborhood and vicinity, you can see here the subject property is identified in the red dashed line. It's located in the Cloverly community on the New Hampshire Avenue commercial corridor just north of Briggs Cheney Road. The surrounding land uses, generally it's vacant land to the west and northwest. There are commercial uses to the south and to the east across New Hampshire Avenue, and beyond that are residential uses, mostly single-family residences. Current zoning of the property is NR, neighborhood retail, as is the adjoining property to the north and south. To the west is RE2, residential estate, and across New Hampshire is also neighborhood retail, and beyond that is, for the single-family residences, is RE1. Subject property, again shown here in red, is 15504 New Hampshire Avenue. It's within the 1997 Cloverly Master Plan. It consists of a 0.78 acre platted lot, and presently there is a single-family house unoccupied that's proposed to be removed. There are no known sensitive environmental features. No forest is present. However, there are two protected trees present on site. This amendment proposes a new 7,036 square foot commercial building. We're also providing, as you can see here, there are 3 interparcel connections. One here on the bottom of the diagram off of New Hampshire Avenue. One here going off to the, this would be the northwest, to the adjacent property. One going towards the northwest. This is going to the vacant undeveloped property that is owned by a church. And then the third, actually the third parcel connection, this is the driveway connection, but the third connection here goes to the existing shopping center to the west. Applicant will also provide a 10-foot wide side path, as shown here in orange, along New Hampshire Avenue. This diagram shows the review process and some of the master plan compliance features. Staff would like to commend the applicant for working with us to improve the site layout during the review process. The Cloverly Master Plan has a number of development objectives, a couple of which are locating parking to the rear and to the side and orienting the buildings closer to the street, also providing interparcel connections for future development. As shown in these images, you can see on the left the original building location was pulled away from New Hampshire Avenue. Some parking was located in the front, and on the right you can see the final layout, which shows a reconfiguration with the building pulled closer, parking located to the rear. And one thing to note is that by pulling the building closer to New Hampshire, this orients the entrance by providing a more prominent entrance for both pedestrians and those arriving by car. This shows the landscape plan, and the green space exhibit also shown highlighted with the green shading. The applicant is providing more than the 10% minimum, 22% green space and landscaping. As part of the landscape plan, shade trees, shrubs, perennials, and ground cover will be evenly distributed on the site and around the parking areas. 8 shade trees will be provided along New Hampshire Avenue to help shade the side path. Also, the applicants provide a bench seating on site. The Forest Conservation Plan amendment. Presently, as I mentioned, there is no forest present. However, 0.15 acres of afforestation is required, and this will be provided with an off-site forest bank planting or a fee in lieu payment. Part of the conservation or the FCP amendment includes a tree variance. This is a tree variance diagram. As you can see here, the red shows a tree to be removed, and the green area shows the tree to be saved. Due to unavoidable construction impacts, the number 1 tree is proposed to be removed. It's pretty much centrally located in the site, and not removing it would be infeasible and deny the applicant a substantial use of the property. To mitigate for that, the applicant will plant 4 3-inch caliper overstory trees on site. The applicant does satisfy all the applicable development standards for the zone and the zoning code. The application is also in substantial conformance with the master plan, and therefore staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan amendment and the Forest Conservation Plan amendment. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
No real presentation, but certainly to acknowledge staff's work and cooperative approach to this project that we agree resulted in a better layout than was originally presented, and we were happy to work with them to do so. For the record, my name is Patrick O'Neill. I'm an attorney at Lerch, Hurley & Brewer in Bethesda, and with me to my right is Sergio Aman, who is representing the property owner, and then to my left is Asko Milotrovic with Elite Engineering, who had helped put the application together and the plan work behind it. And pleased to get moving on this project to the extent that it can be approved today. And I checked with Sergio just to confirm that this is real, right? And it's exciting that a commercial project is actually going to be coming forward, albeit small, but it's still nice to know that those projects can move forward and will be moving forward in the county.
Thank you so much. Do any of the commissioners have comments or questions?
I have a question. Hi. So I used to live there, right there. I could actually walk to that shopping center that you're doing. My question is that most of the property, especially the one right next to this one, that they have the BBW and everything else, it's like the old time. The stores are far back and the parking up front. That's how the majority of the retail that already exists along New Hampshire Avenue is there, especially the one right next to it. And then this one comes and we just push one to be completely the opposite. I don't know, it looks a little bit odd. Of course, I understand what you're doing, but it's going to look sort of out of place. I do not know if anybody in the neighborhood have paid attention to that is happening. It's just something that I don't have any preference. I just wanted to make the point that this looks a little bit, it's going to look odd. It's going to look like a black sheep, the only one that is going to be front and parking in the back. And I am not sure that how the buildings is, if it's going to, create like a dead blind that for the people that they are going there. It's like a corner that is going to be covered by the store. I do not know how it works, but just something to make a comment.
Yeah, I know, can staff comment? I think but we're trying to set a standard for the future projects, so hopefully anything that redevelops, I'm just, is that the reason?
I understand
yeah.
that, but that's going to be another 20, 30 years from now. But in 20, 30 years, this is going to be like a black sheep just standing out there by itself. I don't think any of those is going to be retail, would be renovated.
I would just add that the master plan itself is recommending a street-oriented character for buildings and uses as sites come in for redevelopment. This is, as the chairman said, is to improve the pedestrian connectivity and orientation of buildings towards the public realm. Just to note, the property to the north, which is undeveloped recently, February, I have here February 21, the planning board approved a preliminary plan for a restaurant. And that will also be oriented in line with this building as well.
That's the orchard? The orchard? I thought
No,
that the
no,
orchard
the
would
orchard
be
is south of it. The building that
Sure.
they're talking about is north of it, and they've been constructing it for over a year or more, and directly across the street from it is Safeway and
Yeah.
Burger King and Subway, so.
Yeah, that's across the street.
Yeah,
you're
but this is
talking
very, so if you look at where the gas station is, straight across the street,
Yeah.
so the orchard is south of this. The orchard is south of this.
Orchard.
Yeah, the
Orchard
property,
is on the same side.
It's
that
on the
this
same
subject
side, but
property
it's
is.
south of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's right next to that pond that you see just to the north of the subject property. That's where the restaurant is going to be.
Oh, okay.
And that will be oriented towards the street. So the building is pushed all the way up to the sidewalk with parking in the rear and in the back. Almost a mirror image of what you're seeing here today for this property.
Okay. Okay,
So-
I didn't know that that's.
I have a comment.
Okay, but a good comment. I mean, you live in the community. Go ahead.
So my comment is with regards to the building orientation and the adjacent shopping center to the south of the building. And I have a concern with regards to ingress and egress from both of these properties, taking into consideration the close proximity. And I find it interesting that these two lots weren't integrated with one another so as to, because people are going to make a mistake and drive in one and have to come out and access the other. And the reason why I'm pointing that out is the Burger King that has failed to open across the street that they've constructed for quite some time. It's carved out a space there and it's created, it will be a traffic quagmire when that is open. And I think that was ill-conceived and not well-planned because it's not an integration between that Burger King and the adjacent shopping centers. And I could see the same problem happening here where the north side of the already existent shopping center has parking spaces that abut the boundary line of this, but there's no integration between them. And I could see a traffic problem with the ingress and egress out of the new shopping center and the ingress and egress out of the current shopping center. So I just think it's interesting that there was no agreement or integration of those parking lots and structures, taking consideration, people making a mistake or wanting to utilize both shopping centers in one shopping outing or trip. That's just my comment, but it looks interesting.
Just to quickly follow up on that, did I see correctly that there would be a connection on what was that, the west side of the parcel to the adjoining parcel, to the adjacent parcel to the south?
Yes, the plan shows interconnectivity between the parcels, so that's what you see here with the orange arrows. There is connectivity to the parcel to the north where the future restaurant is going to be built. And then to the existing shopping center, we are envisioning that connectivity going through the back when that redevelops. So that's the area that you.
South Shopping Center
Yes,
redeveloped?
yes, the village, the shopping center immediately adjacent, the one that shares the boundary with this one, not a.
Brick Oven Pizza and Verizon
Yes.
store and the martial arts store.
Right.
Right there. Yeah.
Right, so in the future, they will connect, and that there's an easement. We are providing easements on this property to
Okay.
allow for that connection.
So it's going to be on the back, but not on the front
Right.
side.
Because the master plan is very clear about having the buildings pushed towards New Hampshire Avenue, so that would be the future pattern of development. If the shopping center comes in for redevelopment, that's the direction and recommendations that we're going to provide is move the buildings towards the street and provide parking to the side and rear, similar to what you see here. So this is accounting for that future development or redevelopment.
Okay, so I have just a couple questions. So I understand, so the plats will show those easements, or they to be, so in the future, it's automatic that they will get those connections? Or is this a potential connection? What those proposed connections you have here, are they potential, or they will be platted that way, or yeah.
The interparcel connections will be covered by a land covenant.
Okay.
It's already a platted parcel, so they're
Okay.
not going to replat.
Okay, okay. And then I'm interested that there's a school property and a church property in the back that's landlocked. I think you said, so if you did not give them this connection, they would never have a way to get to that property? Is that what it is?
Most likely, yeah. Right.
I'm sorry, Patrick O'Neill for Lurcher Lee and Brewer. We've been in a lot of communications with the church as to their potential redevelopment plans and to make sure that this access is going to work for them. On the current plat that's recorded in the land records, there is an easement in favor of that property. I think it's about a 20-foot wide easement that gets them to New Hampshire Avenue. As part of this development, we're going to relocate it with their permission to the drive aisle of the proposed shopping, or the proposed commercial center, and be able to accomplish that as part of the reciprocal easement agreement that staff was referring to a moment ago.
Okay, great. Next is that in the plan, it's, even though is it just this area, they have to do a 0.15 acre afforestation? And is that just required just because of the zone, or how is the 0.15 determined? Just out of curiosity.
Do you want to come with that? Okay. Josh is our forest conservation expert.
Good morning or good afternoon now. For the record, Josh Penn. Yes, it's based upon the forest conservation worksheet, which is based upon the zone/land use and the size of the property or the net tract area. Okay. So since this property has a previously approved final forest conservation plan that said there was no forest on site. So if you looked at the pictures, it might look forested or wooded. Under the law, because it has an approved plan that said there was no forest on site, there's no forest on site. And so we're looking at it just for afforestation under the worksheet, which this area has a 15% afforestation threshold.
Okay.
Which would get you to that 0.15 acres.
Okay, all right, thank you. And out of curiosity, do you have a user for the site?
Good afternoon. Not at the moment, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is it office retail or commercial retail?
It would be commercial retail, so like maybe a grocery store or sub shop, like you were saying, Verizon, the pizza places, something of use to the neighborhood.
Okay. I have no further comments. Is Mr. Hedrick on? Is he?
I am on. I have no comments or questions.
Okay, all right, thank you, thank you. So if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval? We have to do two separate approvals, one for the preliminary plan, one for the forest conservation plan? Okay,
Okay, I move for approval of preliminary plan amendment number 1999100B.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it, and I have a motion for the approval of the forest conservation plan.
Move for the approval of preliminary of final conservation plan number F2 2023-0130.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take just a 2-minute break, and we'll start with our next item. Thank you. Item number 9, sketch plan number 3/2023-0020, 9801 Georgia Avenue. Thank you. Good afternoon again. We're on item number 9, sketch plan number 320230020 for property at 9801 Georgia Avenue, remand from the Circuit Court for Montgomery County, where staff is recommending adopt supplemental resolution to remand. We have Attorney Matt Mills here to give a presentation. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. You're not used to seeing me down here, but it's easier this way, I believe, for what is a somewhat unusual item. Matt Mills from the Office of the General Counsel. I'm here for item 9, a limited remand from the Circuit Court for Montgomery County in the matter of sketch plan number 3202-30020 9801 Georgia Avenue. At a hearing exactly 1 month ago today, Judge Fogelman of the Circuit Court remanded the case back to the Planning Board for one discrete purpose, which I will now explain. In their petition for judicial review, the petitioners repeated an allegation they had made that the required signage advertising the application pre-submittal meeting was defective. This was discussed at the initial Planning Board hearing. The staff report stated on page 38 that, quote, the applicant has replaced the initially undersized signs and staff has worked to make sure the process is open and transparent, end quote. One of my colleagues was sitting with the board that day and discussed the issue on pages 725 and 726 of the transcript. The applicant elected to proceed and the board ultimately approved the sketch plan. A resolution followed which did not mention the signage issue. Judge Fogelman has directed the board, and I am now quoting from his Honor's order, quote, ordered that on remand, the Montgomery County Planning Board shall consider and decide, based on the record and without further fact-finding, whether, 1, substantial compliance with pre-submittal meeting signage can satisfy applicable notice requirements, and 2, if substantial compliance can be sufficient, whether respondent JLB Realty LLC's notice signs substantially complied with the applicable notice requirements, end quote. Last week, I provided all the board members with both paper and electronic copies of the entire record of the initial planning board hearing, which was presented to the Circuit Court. I have been assured that all board members reviewed the record, and Chair Harris and Commissioner Linden watched the video of the hearing as they were not on the planning board at that time, and brought themselves up to speed in order to be prepared to deliberate on this issue today. As to the first prong of the court's order, whether or not substantial compliance with pre-submittal meeting signage can satisfy applicable notice requirements, Maryland law has been crystal clear for more than 75 years that substantial compliance with notice requirements is adequate. The cases began with Heath v. Mayor and City Council of Baltimore in 1946 through Beal v. Montgomery County Council in 1965. These cases are still good law. As made clear over and over by the Supreme Court of Maryland, substantial compliance is enough. Now, with respect to the technical requirements of the sign itself, the petitioners allege in their brief to the Circuit Court that the length and width of the pre-submittal sign was smaller than the sample included with the Commission's sign posting procedures, that the bottom of the sign was posted less than 3 feet from the ground, and that the sign did not include contact information for the Planning Department as the applicable agency. I can tell you that and I'm quoting from the petitioner's brief now, that they allege that the sign must be 36 by 48 inches and that the signs in question were 30.5 inches by 42 inches, and that they were approximately 25 inches from the ground. This entire issue is guided by Section 7.5.2 of the zoning ordinance. The relevant sign is required to be, quote, equivalent to an application sign. And the application sign section of the code then directs applicants to use, quote, the sign template provided by the Planning Department, which is an electronic document posted on the department's website. That particular template is devoid of specific dimensional requirements. The ground clearance requirement is from a different electronic document on the department's website entitled MNC PPC Signposting Procedures, and it is not mentioned in the zoning ordinance. The length and width requirements alleged by petitioners also come from a sample illustration from the Commission's Signposting Procedures document. Application signs, once again, under the zoning ordinance, must include the application number and name, the proposed use, density, and structure, and a telephone number and website for the applicable intake agency. The code requires pre-application meeting signs to be equivalent to application signs. That's the word the code uses, equivalent. The sign in this case described the property and the proposal, identified the date, time, and location of the pre-submittal community meeting, and contained contact information for applicant's counsel. This information comports with COMCOR, the Code of Montgomery County Regulations, Section 59.00.05.04 D1, which specifically requires that notice signs for pre-submittal meetings must contain the meeting date, time, place, purpose of the meeting, and the applicant's contact information. So the question is, in light of Judge Fogelman's order, did the sign substantially comply with the applicable notice requirements, which I have just presented? That is the question the board has been directed to answer today. Finally, as a sort of housekeeping issue, I feel compelled to mention that yesterday, the planning board, along with every member of the county council and the county executive, received a letter via email from two of the co-petitioners in this case, who are represented by counsel. That letter is not part of the record. Judge Fogelman's order directs that the decision must be made, and I quote, based on the record and without additional fact-finding. As a result, it is a legal impossibility for the board to consider that correspondence. I would now be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Mills. Do any of the members of the board have any questions or comments? None being said, do I have a motion to adopt the supplemental resolution? Well, okay.
There's actually no resolution yet. A resolution, what will happen is, based upon the decision the board makes today, I will then come back presumably next week with a resolution that will be identical to the initial resolution approving the sketch plan, but will include an additional section dealing with this signage issue, which the court has ordered the board to decide.
So, Attorney Mills, based on the information that you provided that was in the record, I believe that the sign substantially complied with the pre-meeting requirements in the ordinance. I don't know if there are other comments or questions, and if none other, okay, Mr.
I have one
Yeah.
one quick clarifying comment or question, if I can. Other than the height and specific dimensions of the sign, there is no other consideration that there was any issue with communication or anything of that nature?
No,
Like-
Commissioner, that's true. There's no allegation that there was any defect with respect to mail notice or any other form of notice that was required to be provided by the applicant.
Okay. And given the dimensions you provided, I don't think that there's any argument that can be made that it wasn't in substantial conformance, so I fully support that resolution. I would just like to point out that we're holding up the development of, I believe, if I remember that, approximately 400 plus housing units across the street from a metro station over the dimensions of a sign. And that seems unnecessary. I realize that's not your issue, but it just seems a little bit that we're discussing the dimensions of a sign that and holding up 400 housing units plus across the street from a metro station in the midst of both a housing crisis and a climate crisis. And I just want to make that point clear. But yeah, I think substantial conformance is definitely there.
Other comments, questions?
No, I agree. So today, would we make a motion of
Probably
supporting?
two motions. You had two motions, one that says that substantial compliance is sufficient, and a second that would say this sign is substantially in compliance.
I think it could be combined as one motion.
Okay, or one motion.
But,
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and move that substantial compliance is sufficient, and this sign, as laid out by Attorney Mills, was in substantial compliance with the law.
I second.
I'll enthusiastically second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, that's 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Mills.
thank you, and no offense, I prefer seeing you from that view.
All right, we're going to just take a 2-minute break and then start with item number 12, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, work session number 6. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 12, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Work Session number 6, where staff is recommending approval of the draft. Melissa Williams from the planning staff will be taking us through this last session. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. And once again, my name is Melissa Williams. I'm the project lead for the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. This is the work session number 6, which is the final work session for this plan. So thank you all for everyone who worked to get us to this point. So this is today's agenda. Staff will review the City of Tacoma Park resolution and the public hearing draft of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. That's the red line version. This includes the language and edits requested by the board at previous work sessions and minor edits and corrections proposed by the planning staff and the City of Tacoma Park. We have also provided language to address some of the new conditions that were placed in the resolution, which we'll talk about later. At the end of this review, staff is going to request that the board vote to approve this version as the planning board draft and to give staff permission to transmit it to the county executive and the county council. Additionally, we'll be asking the board to approve listing the following properties to the locational atlas and index of historic properties. And that's the Hefner Park Community Center at 42 Oswego Avenue, Crestview at 7625 Carroll Avenue, and the Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church, which is located at 7700 Carroll Avenue. Okay, so staff will now review the City of Tacoma Park resolution and the conditions. The City of Tacoma Park voted on December 13th, that's last night, to support the adoption and transmittal of the planning board draft to the to the Montgomery County Council and the county executive for further review with conditions. And so we're going to walk through those conditions. And we also have places where we've proposed some modified language. So the first condition I'll read out loud is the planning board include a recommendation within section 4.3.2.1 of the MMPA that the maximum heights of new development include consideration for both building height and terrain slope with respect to neighboring existing single-family homes on Maplewood Avenue and Garland Avenue. Staff is proposing this language. That would be the consideration of compatibility of new development with respect to neighboring existing single-family homes on Maplewood Avenue and Garland Avenue should include both existing building height and terrain slope. And so that is the language that staff is proposing, and we would like to place that on page 99 with the board's permission.
Is this, because what they are asking is that we just put the language that the maximum height for the new development considers the existing height and the slope. I don't know if that what you have says exactly the same thing, does it?
El Zeisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. So I think so maximum height can mean a lot of different things. And I think that since the goal here is compatibility between new development and existing development, we've pretty much taken the exact language. And so the consideration of compatibility would include not just height, but the overall everythingness of the development. So that's why we're proposing compatibility.
So just to satisfy their concern and include yours, can we say that consideration of compatibility of a new development, including the height with respect to the neighboring existing single-family homes, or you could put the including the height on Maple Avenue and Garland should include both existing building height and terrain slope. Just add that, because I totally understand what you're saying is more inclusive, but I guess that to make them happy. If you don't mind.
We can do that.
So I'm going to read that back to you because this is the last work session, so I want to make sure that we have captured it.
I know, that's why I don't want you to come back.
So the language, the proposed language is consideration of compatibility of new development, including the height with respect to neighboring existing single-family homes on Maplewood Avenue and Garland Avenue should include both existing building height and terrain slope. Yes. Is
I would
everyone?
throw the word building in front of height, so
Throw the
including
word
building height.
Okay. I'm adding the word building. Do we have consensus?
You had a question.
Sorry. I was just wondering, do we have thoughts on how this might impact, if at all, potential density on those sites? If it limits what we had originally foreseen in some way?
I think it's a belts and suspenders approach. We talked at the last meeting about the zoning ordinance compatibility requirements that address building setback and building height. Those would also address this. So the properties that we're talking about would already be covered under the 45-degree plane. So it's really belts and suspenders.
Okay, so it's a little bit redundant, but just for the sake of
It's reinforcing.
Reinforcing.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
I'm-
nice way of saying it.
I'm fine with the added language and with the modification that Commissioner Pettaway put in. So,
Okay, so I'm going to go to the next condition. The staff does not propose a change here, but I will read it into the record. The planning board changed the final recommendation in section 4.2.2.1 of the MMPA to read, while the plan recommends a diversity of residential and non-residential land uses in the Maple Avenue district, the overall development pattern shall remain primarily residential, with commercial uses primarily devoted to ground floor retail or anchor employment opportunities. Does the board have any thoughts on that
Well,
language?
and just to be clear, we're proposing to change the language in the plan
To-
to reflect this
To
recommendation.
reflect this language?
And I think the anchor employment opportunities are, could be things like, if there's a smaller property on Maple Avenue that wanted to redevelop to, let's say, a healthcare facility or an after-hours care facility that would provide employment in the neighborhood, or some other business as opposed to like a restaurant or a convenience store or something, I think is the intent there.
So is that something that last night came, or this is just from before? It has nothing to do with the Tacoma Park meeting last night, correct?
This is language from that meeting last night.
Oh, that's
Yes,
the
so this-
language?
Yeah, this is the resolution that was produced as a result of last night's meeting with the city of Tacoma Park, and these are the conditions that they proposed in the resolution.
So this is the continuation, and you
This
are
is a
okay with
continuation.
that?
Yes.
yeah. Any other commissioners have any other comments, questions? I think this is one of their clarification on the remain primarily residential. I'm fine with that. Commissioner Hedrick, are you good with this?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, go, next, please.
Okay, thank you. So we have a second condition on this page, and staff is proposing modified language. That condition is the planning board include a recommendation within section 3.1.2 of the MMPA that Montgomery County Public Schools address longstanding constraints, inadequacies, and inequities by prioritizing the rehabilitation and expansion of Piney Branch Elementary School, or the construction of a replacement facility to bring it into conformity with the quality and standards of other schools in the county. Staff is proposing this language, would be MCPS should continue to evaluate the need to upgrade the facility of Piney Branch Elementary School. When construction funds are being considered in a future CIP, the option most suitable for providing infrastructure that is adequate and equitable should be pursued and reflected in the budgeting process accordingly.
My only question is that I totally agree, because that's MCPS, so we have to put it on their shoulders. But the way that it is written, it looks like that the only reason that they are not doing that is because there is no funding available. I do not know if the feasibility if this is the right time, or maybe we instead of say that when construction funds are being considered in future CIP, and it, rather than, because when they do the CIP, it's not just when it is fun, when it is time, that they have to do renovation, or when all the other situation warrants that it's time to renovate or modernize or to replace, then they can start seeking funding for it. The way it is written, it looks like that the only obstacle is the funding.
Well, I mean, I think, so the first sentence is that MCPS should continue to evaluate the need. So I
And when
think-
it is time, I think that we should just add that when it is time, or when it is the right time, or when the evaluation is completed and it warrants a replacement or renovation. That's what, yeah.
So, sorry.
Well, yeah, I think it's open enough that it's saying that it implies that the need is, the community thinks the need is now, but it's just, I think it's just to me, is a placeholder that they're concerned about the school and that they want something mentioned about the school in here.
That's fine. The language is fine. I'm not saying that. It's just a little bit overburdened. You could just make it easier, but it's fine. If you prefer to keep it that way, I'm fine.
Okay. So everyone agrees that we're going to go with the language as proposed? Okay, thank you. And then we have these two additional conditions. The planning board strike the following recommendation within section 3.3.2.1 of the MMPA. That is, the city of Tacoma Park should consider modifications to its rent stabilization policy to increase flexibility, decrease complexity, and ensure the policy does not deter new investment while continuing to safeguard tenants from onerous rent increases. And so this is something where I would need the board to agree.
I think that
I oppose that, personally, no.
Yeah. I remember this conversation we had originally, and just like Commissioner Hedrick, I'm comfortable keeping it. I think that the language does not say must consider. I think should consider, suggests our preference and also underscores the importance of kind of right-sizing that policy or tweaking it to the extent that's feasible to allow for some of this plan to come to fruition. I think but the word should, I think, is also flexible enough where the city, from their end, shouldn't take it as a directive, although I obviously think that the policy should be tweaked in order to kind of realize this plan. But those are just my thoughts. I'm comfortable keeping the language as is.
Yeah, I had brought this up initially, whether it should consider or should periodically review or whatever. But I think that this is, we were talking about this as a potential tool, among many other tools to look at. So any other comments from the commissioners or staff? I mean,
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it.
We're good.
Okay.
We're good with it.
Okay, so we will keep this language in the plan, and so this is, cross that out. And the last is that the planning board include within the proposed housing resource list information on protections for individual condominium owners in the event of potential property sale and redevelopment. And that is something that staff believes is fine, and we can add that to the housing resource list with the board's permission.
That's fine, in my opinion.
Okay. I got ahead of myself, so I got to get back to okay, there we go. Okay, so now I will provide an overview of the red line version of the plan. I'm sorry, and that concluded the conditions for the Tacoma Park resolution. And so we've moved through all of those conditions. So now we'll provide an overview of the red line version of the plan, once again including the language and graphic revisions. I am going to follow the order of the plan so that I can acknowledge sections where no changes were made. It's important to note that this is a review of language that has been discussed previously in most cases. There are a few exceptions where new language is being proposed where staff will ask for the board's approval for its inclusion in the planning board draft. And so we have Chapter 1. This is an introduction for Chapter 1 for page 6, and the changes here reflect what we got from the city's technical corrections notice. And so they just wanted to add some additional clarifying information about the city of Tacoma Park. And so we've included that here. And are there any thoughts here? Okay. And so now we're going to Chapter 1. I'm sorry. Okay.
What's the definition of a sanctuary city? I've always been curious as to that. And does it extend to everyone or just a particular group of people?
I'm going to turn that to my chief.
I wrote a chapter of. Oh, I'm sorry, not to override Elsa, but Sean, I wrote a chapter of my dissertation on local immigration, local and state immigration policy. If you want to talk about it in depth, but typically they mean that that local police will not ask you for your immigration status when they interact, and that's usually the limit of what it means.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that the city will violate federal law, correct?
That's not have anything to do with federal law, no. It possibly could not comply with 281G, but that's a different story. But no, it typically means that local police officers will not ask you for your immigration status when interacting with you.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so now we're in Chapter 1, Introduction, and that's composed of 4 pieces. That's background, equity, community engagement, and community priorities. So community history is a new section that was added, and I'm going to kind of briefly talk about that. We don't have to read that in its entirety. This new language provides insight into the development of Tacoma Park. It illustrates how Tacoma Park evolved from indigenous land to a railway commuter town, later attracting institutions like the Seventh-day Adventist Church, who established a hospital and university. It also notes that growth may not have been equitable, with Black residents facing segregation and advocating for equal access to facilities and services.
And this is also the language that Rebecca Ballo presented
Yes.
to you 2 work sessions ago.
Yes, so you've seen this language. It just says, over time, the area became more inclusive and is currently home to a diverse population that hails from across the globe. And so that's essentially this language that was added. And so that would go into section 1.2 under community history, which is a new section. And so as a result of that, we are going to, we had to renumber those sections. So now we have 5 sections in the introduction instead of 4.
I do have a comment on this.
Yes.
And so Ms. Ballo did an excellent guided tour and an excellent presentation on the history of Tacoma Park, and particularly the housing that was developed by one of the founders of Sears and Roebuck, I think, and also a community center that was used by African Americans as a gathering place. Are these places specifically enumerated in this? And if they're not, I think they need to be specifically enumerated in this.
I'm looking through.
Ms. Ballo is in the audience.
Oh, there she is. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation for the record. So the Hefner Park, in response to your question, Commissioner Bartley, the Hefner Park Community Center is called out. The other facility that I believe you may have mentioned was the Rosenwald School that was located within the Hill neighborhood of the city of Tacoma Park. That school is no longer extant. It was demolished, but the The resource form that discusses the designation of Hefner Park that is in the appendix does talk about the Rosenwald School and does talk briefly about the history of the Rosenwald building program. It could certainly be appropriate. I could certainly add, some information
Is
in
it in
here.
Appendix E? There's a noted Appendix
All
E
of,
there.
all of that information, yes, is in
Okay,
Appendix
then
E.
that's good.
Okay.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes I feel like the current state is that African American foundational history is not acknowledged, and that there's a real push for other groups are exceeding African Americans and their contributions to Montgomery County. And so I'm very sensitive as to whether or not we're being properly included in the history. And so I needed to bring it up. And I appreciate your work on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And, okay, so now we'll talk about, slide 14. We have we have section 1.3, which is now the equity section, and that included some additional language. And so, once again, this is language that the board has already seen and approved. And so we're just noting it here that this is new language that was added to that section, and this was as a result of a request from the City of Tacoma Park's earlier resolution. And so we have that language. We have section 1.4, which is community engagement. There were no revisions or edits to this section. And then we have section 1.5, which is community priorities. And there were a number of edits in this section. This, to remind you, was once a graphic, and then we added additional language to that. And so this language has all been approved by the board, so I don't know that we, unless the board wants me to go through it again, I can. So you've seen that language, and we're asking for the board's permission to remove the original graphic. Okay, thank you. And so then we have Chapter 2, a renewed vision. And so just want to note that while there was a robust discussion of this section, there were no revisions made, so the board did not see a need for any revisions, and I'm just going to walk quickly through the sections so that we know which sections were included here. And so that was 2.1 was vision. Once again, there were no edits or revisions. 2.2 was Thrive Montgomery 2050. Once again, no edits or revisions. And 2.3 was the concept framework, and once again, no edits or revisions here. And so now we're going to move into Chapter 3, which is the plan-wide recommendations, and is focused on the larger plan recommendations. As you remember, this was broken into themes of reimagined, reconnected, and resilient, and there were recommendations that fell under each theme. Reimagined included land use and zoning, public facilities, and historic preservation. And so there was a very minor tweak to the land use and zoning section, and this was essentially clarifying the CR family of zones. And so you can see that language here. We also added new language, and once again, this is language that the board has seen, and so this is just explaining the CR family of zones. And then we finally have a request that was added, and so this may be the board's first time seeing this, but this was a request to have a table that identified the zones in the plan and provided user-friendly descriptions. And so we have, this table will be added, and as you can see, it's noted Table X. Once again, we will renumber and repaginate as a part of the production process. And so we had the board additionally wanted language and graphics responding to the City of Tacoma Park's concerns about compatibility. And so this is essentially the language and the graphics that you saw at the last work session. And so we can see here that this is being added to the plan on page 23. And so we have that, and then we have the second graphic that was added. And so once again, this is not new language for the board. Okay, and then finally, we have public facilities, and there were no revisions or edits to public facilities. And then we have historic preservation, and once again, there were no edits or revisions to that section. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there were. We had a request from the city as a part of their technical corrections. And so what we have here, this language, which is, I think this is the board's first time seeing this language, and the plan recommends supporting the City of Tacoma Parks Commemoration Commission and future efforts to determine the origins of local street names. And so this was in response to their concerns that they were not identified, that we didn't identify that they had their own street and parks renaming project. And they also wanted to note that the City of Tacoma Park and Historic Tacoma had a complementary project to identify properties with deed restrictions, and this was adding on to our section that related to mapping segregation. And so this, once again, was something that was in their technical corrections. And so if the board's okay with those being added, okay, great. Okay, now we'll move on to Reconnected. And so Reconnected focused on access and connectivity. We have in section 3.2.1.1, you have seen this language. This is, we talked about this several times, and it's language clarifying the implementation of the Green Promenade. We have the bicycle network, and there were no recommended edits for the bicycle network. There were none recommended for the section related to the pedestrian network. There were edits, several edits to the roadway network, and those were primarily for clarity. And so we have here in section 3.2.4, we essentially changed the verbiage to make it clearer. And this was in response to a concern that was raised by the City of Tacoma Park. And this, once again, is not new language. We talked about this in a previous work session. We also have new language that was added, and this is, I believe we saw this in the previous, we did see this in the previous work session, and this is essentially relating the design, the Complete Streets Design Guide to our roadway cross-sections. And then we have transit, and we did have a minor edit in transit. This is not new information. This is a bullet that we talked about, and this was a request from the Purple Line Coalition. So that was something that was added related to their testimony. And then we finally have the new graphic, and that was at the request of the board. And this shows the existing transit access and existing and planned facilities. And then we have, I'm sorry, did you need me to go back?
Could you, yeah, that, I was looking at this before, is it just obvious that where the stations are located? I mean, I know you have, you note the lines of the whatever bus or whatever, but would it be too much to add on there, or it's just obvious where the circles are, or where the?
We can update the legend so that it notes that the circles reflect the planned Purple Line stations and that the M reflects the existing metro facilities.
I think that would be great, thank you.
Okay, so I'll make a note that we need to update that graphic. Okay, are there any additional changes that you would like to see to this graphic?
For my eyes, I would like to see the larger. I don't know if it fits to the page. I cannot read it.
Listen, I leaned in. I was like, wait.
You are young. I cannot read it.
Okay, so we will make it, it will be larger in the plan, but we can talk about making it so that it's not as, we can adjust it.
As long as it's easy to read.
Easy to read. So
Yeah.
I will work with our urban designer
Maybe
to
talk about
make
the
sure that
legend,
the clarity
the
is there.
legend. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Okay. Were there any other thoughts on this graphic? Okay, great. And so, once again, we have sections where there were no edits or revisions, and that's policy area level transportation analysis and the non-auto driver mode share. And so now we will, okay, great. Hold on. So now we have our third section here, and this is resilient. And within this section, we dealt with the environment, housing. Are we being hacked?
Sorry about that inconvenience. We're back live. Please go ahead.
Okay, and so once again, we're in section 3.3, which is resilient, and the subsections were environment, housing, parks, trails, and open space. So there was an edit requested by the City of Tacoma Park to add language related to their existing programs. And so this is that language. It was essentially noting that they have a climate emergency response framework and that the plan supports that as well. And so once again, is the board okay with this addition? Because this would be new language. Okay, thank you. And then we have the following sections are extreme heat and tree canopy, carbon sequestration, water quality and stormwater, buildings and energy, food security, and environmental equity. And there were not edits for all of these sections, but I'm going to go through them one at a time. Within extreme heat and tree canopy, the board has seen this language. This was essentially bringing our recommendation into conformance with their goal of 60% tree canopy. Within carbon sequestration, there were no recommendations there were no edits or revisions. There were no edits or revisions for water quality and stormwater. There were no edits or revisions for buildings and energy. Within food security, we did have a technical correction requested by the City of Tacoma Park. And that was to add language that identified that community groups within the city are also providing existing food distribution sites. And so this is new language for the board. Is the board okay with this addition?
I don't understand how food security is in the purview of a planning commission whose goal and purpose is the use of real estate and land. So I think it's curious.
I think, those uses are allowed uses in the zoning ordinance. There's a land use table. And so in this plan, we have specific recommendations that land uses related to food security are to be permitted in the plan area. So that's
So it would be akin to having a place like Shepherd's Table in downtown Silver Spring in the zoning.
It could be for a commercial kitchen. If in one of if along Maple Avenue, there's a new development and they want to add a commercial kitchen, today, that would not be an allowed use. The plan recommends that it become an allowed use. So as part of the zoning text amendment, following the plan, we can correct that.
Thank you.
Yeah, oversight.
May I add a little bit of information too? It's Tina Schneider for the record. So I just want to explain just briefly, like food security. It also, in addition to what Elsa said, food security is something that we're trying to do because the intent for going carbon neutral is local food. We want to support like growing and small businesses, people who are makers, making their own food and doing it locally, so that the big goal is to increase that on a county level, right? And then also to reduce the import of food from across the country, And so the goal is the long-term vision, if we grew more in the ag reserve, local food, and then you can process it in Tacoma Park, then you're creating a local cycle. So that's part of the whole food security. When we had the pandemic, we saw there was a lot of breaks in access to food that was being imported from far and distances. So if we had the people who had food was the local people who were able to, who had parcels, food parcels, and local distribution. So anyway, that's part of like the long-term vision is just processing, and I just wanted to plant that seed because hopefully in the future, as part of Thrive, and hopefully in the future, we could see more local food grown, local food processing, and security, food security.
Thank you, Tina. Okay, and the final subsection was environmental equity, and there were no edits or revisions to that section. And so now we're going to go into section 3.3.2, which focused on housing, and I'm sure you all remember that very lively discussion about housing. So we did have new language here. This was requested by the city to clarify the estimate of 3,500 housing units, and to also note that that increasing housing is in line with the city's housing goals. And so I believe this is new language for the board. And so we need you to take a look at this and confirm that you're okay with this being added to the plan.
I'm good with it.
So this was early on you had estimated about 3,500, right? And this was?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Okay, everyone's okay with this? Okay, great. And so now we'll move into the housing production, and within housing production, we did have the one new bullet. And so we talked about this earlier. This was in the one of the things that was brought up in the City of Tacoma Parks resolution, and the board agreed to keep this language. And so we're just confirming that this language is remaining in the plan. Okay.
Correct. And
Yes.
specifically what it says consider, right?
Yes. Okay. And so now we'll talk about affordable housing production. And so we have this language here, which the board saw earlier and approved. And so we can move quickly. I'll take it back in case I saw someone was reading it. And so you've approved this language, and we discussed it thoroughly. And then we have the preservation of housing and affordability. And so this language, once again, was also discussed, and this primarily addressed concerns. This primarily addressed concerns related to.
Oh, sorry, I realized I'm not muted and he's yelling beside me. Sorry, apologies, everyone.
No problem. And so this language addressed concerns related to no net loss of affordable housing and its implementation. And so we'll just quickly scroll through that, and this is all the new language that was approved and discussed in a previous work session. And so now
Can you just go back one?
Sure.
Just one more.
One more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I just want to confirm that for the no net loss of affordable housing, for the term naturally occurring affordable housing, I don't. Sorry, my 2-year-old is wanting to also comment on Tacoma Parks minor master plan amendment. But if you could go to the next slide, to the next bullet, I just want to confirm that basically us approving any plan within the area is an acknowledgement that the no net loss is enforced through us approving or disapproving plans. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Like individual site sketch and site plans?
Yes, so as part of the conformance, sector plan conformance finding that the board will be making, that will be something that we will be explaining. And the board
Okay,
will
great. I just
vote.
wanted to confirm, and I know it's the term of art in the housing, but I never do like the term naturally occurring affordable housing. It makes it seem like it springs up like mushrooms after a rain, but it's like based on policies and implementation that we all do. It doesn't just naturally occur. There's not seeds that float through the air and create cheap market rate housing. It's all based on policies that we do. I know it's a term of art in the area. Just make that point. And I apologize. My very active 2-year-old son is still free of COVID, as you can all tell.
Yeah.
Okay. And so are there any additional thoughts on this language? No? Okay, great. And so now we'll go into parks, trails, and open space. And within this section, there were no edits or revisions, but I'm going to name them quickly just so that they're on the record. We have policy guidance and hierarchy for parks, trails, and open space, no edits or revisions. We have existing parks, trails, and open space, no edits or revisions. We have park history and cultural resources on parkland. Once again, no edits or revisions. And we have park planning and analysis. And that there were no edits or revisions there, and that completes Chapter 3 Plan-Wide Recommendations. And so now we're going to go into the district recommendations. And once again, we use these in the plan to organize recommendations, and these districts included the municipal district, Maple Avenue District, and the Flower Avenue District. And within each district, there was a background section and a section for recommendations. Within the municipal district, there were no edits or revisions to either the background or the recommendation section. Within the Maple Avenue District, there were no edits or revisions to the Maple Avenue background section. For recommendations, we did have this new language, and this was language from the resolution. And this is the language that we proposed in the plan. And so the board has already seen this language, and it's while the plan recommends a diversity of residential and non-residential land uses in the Maple Avenue District, the overall development pattern should remain primarily residential.
But per our discussion earlier, we're going to amend it.
Yes.
Per the city's resolution.
And we're going to amend that so that it reflects the language from the City of Tacoma Parks resolution. Do I need to read that, or is everyone still familiar with that language?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. No problem. Let me go back. That was.
I just don't remember why.
I think
what the change was.
What they added was primarily residential, with commercial uses primarily devoted to ground floor retail or anchor employment
Oh,
opportunities.
thank you.
Thank you, Elsa.
That's exactly, I
Right.
was wondering that, why is it, okay.
Yes.
I'm good. I'm good.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding us all, Elsa. Okay. We also had a parks and open space edit, and once again, the board has seen this. We had quite a bit of discussion about this revision to the public hearing draft language and these bullets. And these bullets were once again just separating that from the larger recommendation.
Go back one.
Go back? Okay. And for those of you who aren't familiar, this is the triangular piece of land that's located at the intersection of Sligo Creek, the Parkway. What? I can't, my brain is fried. Yeah, it's the intersection of the Parkway and Maple Avenue.
Okay.
Okay. And then these two bullets, and this was just encouraging activation of the unprogrammed parkland at that intersection, and then also conducting a feasibility study for a community garden. And so we had talked about this previously, and the board approved the language. Okay, finally, we're going to go into the Flower Avenue District, and so we have the background section, and there is a slight recommendation here. This is a technical correction recommended by staff. So we would need the board to approve this, and this is just noting that there are some single and multi-unit residential properties located within the Flower Avenue District. And so is the board okay with this additional tweaking of that language? Okay, I see heads. Thank you.
Yep.
And then finally, we have the 4.3.2, which is the recommendations of this. And so the board and the city council requested edits to the Flower Avenue District recommendations. And so we have this language here, which I believe the board, you saw at the last work session, and this was addressing maximum building height conformance along Maplewood, and then also the adding language relating to preliminary assessment of traffic impacts as a part of the sketch plan process. And so we have that. We had the language that was added related to the open space recommendations, and this is for Site 23, and this was essentially dealing with the primary central public open space, and then also the City of Tacoma Parks request to have Hospital Hill designated as open space. And so then we had the land use and zoning recommendations here, and these are actually, I'm sorry, these are actually transportation recommendations, but this is dealing with clarifying language, and it's making sure that we have language that relates to the connectivity recommendations and clarifying how those would be implemented and how they're, let me see here, how they relate to the Complete Streets Design Guide. And so you can see that there were minor tweaks there. Okay? And we had, this was language that was requested by the board, and so that was encourage consolidation of smaller properties in the district to promote efficient, compatible development. And so that was language that you also approved at the last work session. And then finally, we had a recommendation to change pursue to evaluate. And this related to looking at opportunities for adaptive reuse on the campus. Okay, and so now we're going to look at chapter 5, and this is the last part of this. So this is the last chapter in the plan. We're going to look at the implementation section. And so we have, there were 3 sections within implementation: that's zoning, connectivity improvements, and capital improvements. And I think I skipped ahead. Okay. And within the CR family of, the CR family zoning, and that's section 5.1.1, this is new language. This is language that the board has not seen, that staff is providing today, and we're going to ask for your approval to include this, and we can have any discussion that you see fit related to this language. And it's the plan recommends adding dormitory as a limited use in the CR and CRT zones, subject to site plan approval. Currently, dormitories are only allowed in the Life Science Center zone. And so if everyone is okay with this, and this would this require?
So this came up during the team's review of implementation issues, and dormitory is listed in the land use table, and it's only allowed in the life science zone. And it seemed like one of those things that's just a holdover from something else. But we have a university with dormitories. This may be the only one in the county. And so, again, this is one of those oversights that we want to correct with the plan.
I am, sorry.
Yeah, so this is to be in conformance with the plan, correct? I mean, you have it. Whether they're existing dormitories, whether this is to be just so it's in conformance with the plan, right? So this, whether they're existing sort of dormitories on the CRs, there are some existing dormitories here, right? Or no?
So there are existing, in terms of sort of the zoning, so they're probably, the current dormitories are probably covered by the conditional use because it's an R60 single-family zone.
Right.
But we're rezoning,
Right.
and so that would supersede the conditional use. And so if there were new dormitories, and in order for those dormitories to, even the existing ones, to be able to stay
Right.
without subjecting the whole thing to a conditional use, this enables us to sort of wipe that clean.
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that. I would be in favor of that.
Yeah, I would credit the regulatory team on Down County for that good catch.
I'm just curious why dormitories have a separate zoning or separate category. They are like, in my opinion, commercial, because it's like, it could be like hotel, it could be like a multi-family use. Is there anything specific in the design guidelines that dormitories have to have their own specific category separated than any kind of commercial?
Thank you. So it's specific in the land use table. So the land use section in the zoning ordinance defines them as, sleeping quarters for a school. And I don't know the complete history. It kind of feels like maybe during the Life Science Center plan, they wanted to do dormitories, and so that's why. I mean, the Life Science Center zone is a relatively new zone. In the last 10 years,
Yeah.
the dormitories at Washington Adventist have been here for a century. So it's, the zoning ordinance calls it out. So
Oh, okay.
That's what we're
So you
responding
have
to.
to call it out, okay.
If I could, real quickly, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, and just to clarify, this is a recommendation in the master plan, but ultimately, in order to make this change, there would have to be a zoning text amendment that would actually change the zoning. So to kind of implement this, so one of the first actions of implementing the plan could be to propose a ZTA in conjunction with this.
Mr. Hedrick?
Actually, I actually covered what I think going to ask about was mostly that does dormitory have a definition within the zoning code, such that it specifies that it's for like multi-unit housing connected with a university or educational institution. That was basically what I was going to ask.
Yeah, I've actually pulled it up. It says directly, dormitory means a building or portion of a building used for sleeping purposes in connection with a school, college, or other institution.
Okay, great. That seems that seems fine with me. I'm all for it. Thanks a lot. That's a good catch too.
Okay, so we have approval to add this to the planning board draft. Okay, thank you. And so we have there were no revisions to the obsolete overlay zones. That's 5.1.2. There was a minor revision to public benefits, and we talked about this. This was adding Brashears Run Restoration as a major public facility. For the on-site public open space, there were no edits or revisions. And then finally, there were no edits or revisions to accessory uses in the CR zones. We have connectivity improvements. We had one very slight revision here, and this is a technical correction. It's just noting that the city or other initiatives, and this is that green promenade language that we discussed quite a bit. And the board, if you're okay with us just making that tweak so that it's in line with the previous recommendation. Okay, great. And then we have the capital improvements program. And so what we have here is in response to the conversation that we had at the last work session describing the capital improvements and how they could, how they're defined and what they are and how they could be implemented. And so this is new language that the staff is proposing. And so I just want to confirm that this is in line with your thoughts from that work session, because this would be the board's first time seeing this language.
Fine, you're just defining
Yeah,
which
and so
potential activities could be considered capital improvement.
Yes,
Okay.
and I'm sorry, and I'll read this quickly. It's capital improvements provide essential infrastructure to support the long-term vision of the plan. Improvements like the Brashears Run outfall restoration, realignment of Carroll Avenue, activating parks and open space throughout the planned area, and supporting co-location of public facilities with new development are particularly in need of public agency support. And so we just want to make sure that we have captured the essence of that previous conversation. And the board can also make any edits or tweaks that they need to this language at this time.
So just to talk about activation of park and open spaces, if you need to build something with the capital improvement, it belongs here. But if it is just activation to provide programming, that's not capital improvement.
Okay.
That's operational.
So would you like for me to strike that sentence that says activating parks and open space throughout the planned area, or do we want to revise that so that it talks about upgrades?
Yeah,
If it is upgrade, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Upgrades or new park facilities. It would just any. Yeah.
I was wondering how we might feel about adding the Green Promenade as another kind of illustrative option here. I know we mentioned earlier when we talked about the Green Promenade as a kit of parts, we added kind of a qualifier, I guess, that could also be supported through like a CIP with City of Tacoma Park or another entity. But I was wondering if how we feel about kind of just reinforcing that here as well.
That's a good catch, too. I mean, that would be a capital improvement, right?
Yeah, that would certainly be a capital improvement, and I guess the benefit of, as we talked about, is that it could be done in a cohesive manner with a larger project instead of relying on piecemeal developments over time. But just, I mean, this is sort of illustrative, so maybe just adding it as part of the illustrative list.
My only concern, and I do not know, you can say that, if you put it as a capital improvement here, it may take the incentive away because people see it and say, oh, master plan says that this is going to be done by capital improvement, so we may not want to do private money or, or maybe we should say that as a partnership for greening of the promenade, that it just not say that this is proposed to be as a capital improvement, but it could be as a partnership.
I mean, we've said that, I think every time we talk about implementation, other than this paragraph, we say exactly what you just said. This one, this came out of a conversation, I think, from a recommendation that came from you, Commissioner Pedoeem, about the public, about government taking action through the CIP to make things happen.
Yeah.
And so this paragraph is specific to capital improvements. So, I mean, I think,
Well, if you have put promenade somewhere else, then that's fine. The only worry is that if you put it in here, just to be capital improvement, I'm concerned that a lot of private entities says that, well, you're supposed to do that why do you want us to do it? I do not know, but
I mean,
I'm just
I don't think this, again, I don't think this language would override. I mean, there are several other places in the plan that talk about it. So I think,
So-
we could mention
So
it.
feel free then.
So, okay. So I want to read back what I think I've captured as it related to the parks and open space, that activating parks and open space where we made an edit there. So the language would be improvements like Brashears Run outfall, restoration, realignment of Carroll Avenue, new parks or open space, or upgrades to existing parks and open space throughout the planned area, and supporting co-location of public facilities with new development are particularly in need of public agency support. Does that?
Yeah, or what you could just say that any upgrade to support activation of the parks and open space, any upgrade supporting, activation. Just
Okay.
add two word.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're replacing that with any upgrade supporting activation of parks and open space throughout
Yes.
the planned area?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I got it. And I'm going to read it one last time so we make sure I have it. Capital improvements provide essential infrastructure to support the long-term vision of the plan, period. Improvements like the Brashears Run outfall restoration, realignment of Carroll Avenue, any upgrades supporting activation of parks and open space throughout the planned area, and supporting co-location of public facilities with new development are particularly in need of public agency support.
So we decided not to do what Commissioner Linden said for the Green
The
Promenade.
Green Promenade, do we want the Green Promenade in?
I mean, for me personally, it's not a huge deal that it goes in here or not. I just thought it could be another way to just sort of get it in, when we implement this plan, to sort of get it up there as an option as we consider what it means to implement it.
I want the Green Promenade. I think it would be a great, unique addition to the city. So I don't know if it matters or not. But
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I'll
if
go
it's-
with Green Promenade.
So why don't we just add public implementation of the Green Promenade as a clause?
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that. I like that. Good job.
Okay, so we're gonna read it again. Look, okay. Improvements like the Brashears Run outfall restoration, realignment of Carroll Avenue, any upgrades supporting activation of parks and open space throughout the planned area, public implementation of the Green Promenade, and supporting co-location of public facilities.
Right, I think
With
that's
new
one of,
development are particularly in need of public agency support.
yeah, when you say any upgrades supporting whatever the parks, you say,
Activation.
do you have to say any? Just, what would the word after?
It was any upgrade supporting activation of parks and open space. Do we want to just say upgrades supporting activation of parks and open space?
Yes.
Is that, okay.
And no,
No, I'm good.
and no more, and we want no more wordsmithing. We will.
Okay, all right, this, so this last time is the
Okay,
charm.
yeah.
Improvements like the Brashears Run outfall restoration, realignment of Carroll Avenue, upgrades supporting activation of parks and open space throughout the planned area, public implementation of the Green Promenade, and supporting co-location of public facilities with new development are particularly in need of public agency support. I see smiling faces and thumbs up. Okay, great. Okay, so thank you. So we have that. That was the last of the red line. So I will say that, just clarifying that the additional edits that were made, we had the staff receive the technical corrections from the city, and those were included in the red line. We are also going to update the plan appendices, and we're going to update formatting, table of contents, and numbering of graphics and exhibits as a part of the production process. And I just need the board, these are going to be the update to the plan appendices. Appendix A is community engagement and outreach. We are adding a PDF of the written and oral testimony that was received during the public hearing. We're also adding a summary matrix of written testimony. This includes the updates. There are a few hitches early on, so we are updating. We have an update of all the testimony and all the summaries, and that is going to be included in the appendices. For Appendix F, which is housing, we are also adding that housing resource list that the city requested and that our staff promised. And then we're adding a new appendix, and that is devoted to the City of Tacoma Park Partnership. We will add the memorandum of understanding, all of the resolutions that were received, and also the technical corrections that were requested. And just need the board's permission to update the appendices to reflect this information.
Yeah, you.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick question. Explain again, the housing resource list, was that, just describe that again, what was it?
So the housing resource list was just talking about the different housing programs and things that are available to promote affordable housing in the, I'm just trying to save you the walk.
Yeah, Lisa's coming.
That are available for affordable housing in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so we have the board's permission to make these updates to the appendix? Okay, thank you. And finally, this is the request, so this is the big ask. We are asking the board to vote to approve the public hearing draft as the planning board draft and for permission to transmit it to the county council and county executive. And so that is my first request, and I'm asking for the board's vote here.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Can I ask a
Okay, one second.
question?
Yeah, okay, please.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, because I'm hearing different things. I want to make sure that we, as part of not just this plan, but any plan that, or any other, text amendment or master planning that we prepare, we make sure that there are no surprises for the county executive staff or county executive himself or the county council staff or county council. And, in this case, for Tacoma Park, what I mean is that you have done a lot of coordination with Tacoma Park. We know that because they reviewed it. You brought the older, resolutions here, and we discussed it. So they're good. They see how we responded. So there is no surprise. Even though if we don't agree and we are in disagreement, they know that this is what is the final approval. The same thing with, I hear things from county executive office that they make some comments that it may be just a disagreement of what we have been doing, but we have done coordination, and there is no surprises. The same thing with the county council. So we do coordinate with council staff. We make sure that council staff, hopefully like for City of Tacoma Park is Kate Stewart. So she's all aware of all of the zoning that we are recommending, all the changes that we are recommending, so there is no surprises. Even though if she doesn't agree or if they don't agree, but that's what it is and they know about it.
So I'm not,
I would just add that we did send a copy of the red line version of the plan to the city of Tacoma Park. So their council did have that document there. That was part of the conversation that was had, not this week, but last week. And the resolution that they provided, those new conditions were a result of their review of that document. And so we did get a resolution yesterday, we got it this morning, where they voted, I believe it was 6-1, to approve the adoption and transmittal of this document as the planning board draft, with the conditions that we discussed early on. And so we made all of the edits that they suggested with some modifications, and then there was just that one condition where the board voted, I believe it was almost unanimously, to keep, and that was
Yeah.
regarding the rent stabilization.
No, I'm good with Tacoma
Okay.
Park. I know that we have done more than what we usually do with Tacoma Park. I'm wondering that have we done due diligence also with the county council, and do we usually meet with them when we are preparing the master plans to make sure that they're just aware of the changes with the council staff or maybe with the county executive? I believe the process, you do it while you are preparing.
so we have certainly coordinated with county executive agencies, Department of Transportation, DHCA, MCPS, which is not a county executive agency. So we've certainly coordinated with the agencies. We have, so as a general matter, we do not coordinate directly with the county council until after the planning board has made its changes. So if the planning board approves the planning board draft today, we've already reached out to council staff to do individual council member briefings for the PHP committee members, for the district council member, and for the at-large members. But, so they're certainly aware. We copied, the district council member is Councilmember Kate Stewart.
Yeah.
She got a copy of the public hearing draft. I think we coordinate with a lot of council staff and council staff covering down county. We coordinated with them regularly on a number of things, but as part of outreach during the staff process, we focus on the community and the agencies, and then we come to you, and then after you adopt this plan as your plan, then it goes to the council. So they're aware of it, but we don't ask them, council members, what do you want to see in this plan? We ask the community.
I understand, but at least they would know that what is in there, because it's the same community that we coordinate. It's the same community. For example, for this one is Councilmember Kate Stewart, okay, and her staff. So they coordinate. Whoever that send us something that we don't like, I'm sure is going to be sent to the county council also.
I think they've already been reached out to. I mean, we did copy them on the public hearing draft, and they've been getting all the notices. So I think I can't speak to the extent to which they have followed the process.
So we don't do a direct reach out and say that, look, this is, that's not as part of our regular review with the staff, that these are the comments that we have received, and these are the, if there are 3 or 4 points that it's contradictory, or you have had a lot of comments from a community, or there are certain things that they may not want. I'm not sure that we just put them on notification. This is how we are proposing.
Yeah.
This is what our recommendation is.
Yes, so staff can chime in here, but I think some of this part is independence, right? And as the planning process is independent from the other, and all of the work sessions, all of what we do is online. I mean, like generally they have staff, they have people reviewing it, and they hear from their constituents. So I think there is a feedback mechanism.
Just a feedback.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah, yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
getting comments, that they just know this is coming and these are the points that you may be having controversial. That's it. That they don't just be caught by surprise and not knowing. Not that we get them to feedback or anything. It's just keep them along that what are the point us that are controversial. That's it.
The district council member and I think council members who on the PHP committee are aware of what we're doing. And then really, I mean, the next step is, the county council, I mean, this, of course, they hold their public hearing, the county executive will provide their comments. So formal comments will come from the county executive as part of the county council process.
But thank you for trying, be proactive. I understand where you're coming from, so thank your questions.
And I just wanted to add that that was one of the reasons that we wanted to update the community engagement appendix, which actually will travel with the plan. So we are including a summary of all the comments that we heard as a part of the public hearing process. And we're also including our responses to the City of Tacoma Parks resolution as well. So they'll have kind of a compendium of things that they can look through and relate it to whatever they're hearing at the time of their public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
You have a question? Okay, so I think we're ready to have two votes here, so.
So yes, I need the first vote, and then I'll read the bullet for the second.
Okay, so there is a motion to.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
wait.
I move to approve the public hearing draft as the planning board draft and to transmit it to the county council and county executive.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. 5-0. The ayes have it.
And my apologies. That exclamation was my 2-year-old trying to eat a DVD.
Okay. I hope it was tasty.
Okay, thank you. And so our second and final request is to approve listing the following properties to the locational atlas and index of historic properties. That's Hefner Park Community Center, 42 Oswego Avenue, Crestview at 7625 Carroll Avenue, and the Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church at 7700 Carroll Avenue.
I move to list the project as you mentioned, I don't have to say it, to the index of historic properties.
You had 3 properties. And all in favor? Oh, did you second? I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it. So I'd like to, by saying congratulations that the plan has been approved, and I'd like to give a loud shout out to you and the staff, and for this is wonderful, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. So thank you. We had a really good team. It was a long haul. We had a good team, and we thank you for all of your work on this plan. And I just wanted to clarify next steps. We will transmit the planning board draft and appendices to the county council and county executive this month. No later than January 18th, we will forward the climate assessment to the county council. We have the county council public hearing scheduled for January 25th, and the county council will have their deliberations in essentially winter of 2024.
And I think we also want to give a great thanks to the City of Tacoma Park staff. They've been our partners over these many years since we started talking about this plan before the pandemic, when the hospital looked like it was on its way out. Rosalind Grigsby, Ira Cowler, and Alex Friedman have been instrumental in helping us coordinate with the city. So thanks also to them and to the City Council. We had a lot of meetings with the City Council. The City Council really sunk their teeth into this, as the board did, and so we appreciate all of their work as well.
And also thank you to the residents of the City of Tacoma Park for staying with us through the long haul. So they have been passionate and involved and engaged, and that's exactly what you want in a planning process.
Yes, so I appreciate your loud shout out to the City Council, the residents, and also to the city staff. So thank to all the parties, and congratulations. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with item number 11, Garnick Farms Preliminary Plan Amendment. Thank you. Good afternoon. We have our last item of the day, item number 11, Garnkirk Farms Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 22008-024A, public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. So we'll first have Chris Van Alsne? I'm sorry, did I get it?
I'll take it.
Oh, no, please tell me.
Alstein.
Alstein, I'm sorry. Present, and after he presents, we have one speaker, Broderick Morris, also that would, on Teams that will speak, and then we'll have the applicant speak, okay? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, Chris Van Alstein with the Up County Planning Team, and this is the Garnkirk Farms Preliminary Plan Amendment. Staff recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plan amendment to reinstate the preliminary plan, which was approved for 392 total residential dwelling units. The applicant requests to reinstate the plan to allow the platting of the one remaining lot and construct 184 multifamily dwellings in partnership with the Housing Opportunities Commission. The site is located in Clarksburg, located on the north side of Shawnee Lane to the east of I-270. It's surrounded by a mix of uses, including residential, commercial, and warehouses. The one remaining lot, and I'll mention this in greater detail, is the one in orange. The overall application area is in red. The site is 37 acres of PD 11 zoned land in the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan and Hyattstown Special Study Area. The original preliminary plan approved 392 total residential dwelling units, including 12.5% MPDUs, 208 lots for 18 single-family detached units and 190 townhomes, and that one lot for the 184 multifamily unit building. The site is totally built out except for that one remaining lot and one remaining building. In July of 2020, the plan unfortunately expired. This is during the upheaval, of course, of COVID. Just as a bit of background, the plan just narrowly missed an automatic extension for all preliminary plans that were active at the time by 11 days. So if it had lasted 11 more days, it would have been automatically expired and the issue could have been solved. Today, we're back to try and just simply reinstate the plan. This is in partnership, again, with Montgomery Housing Opportunities Commission. The applicant is ready and willing and ready to pursue building this building and provide 184 units, with the majority being designated as affordable. Community correspondence, all noticing requirements have been met. We haven't received any community correspondence to date. However, I do recognize that we do have a member of the community who has signed up to testify on behalf of this application. The proposal for the application, as mentioned, is simply to reinstate the preliminary plan, which would allow the platting of the remaining lot, and then in turn request a building permit. The applicant will submit a building permit before July 19th of 2024 next year. That's again this lot, unplatted lot outlined in orange. The findings for reinstatement are quite simple. It's based on that if the applicant would face practical difficulties, undue hardship, if the plan is not reinstated. In this case, delays would jeopardize, these undue hardships would be that the delays would jeopardize the project and the production of the affordable housing that we, as a county, have been so prioritizing, especially in the Clarksburg area. Adequate public facilities, we will be reinstating the existing APF as part of this reinstatement plan. That will continue as it originally had been scheduled to expire in July 19th of 2024, so that will be reinstated to that date, and the plan matching that validity date. We did do not a full transportation study, but we did look at area transportation. Staff looked at it. We believe that area transportation remains adequate. There are no noted congestion issues. Similarly, area schools will remain adequate. There is currently some overcapacity at Clarksburg High School, but that will be addressed with capacity improvements that will be provided by July of next year. So again, by the time of the completion of this project, so everything appears to be adequate. Similarly, water, sewer, and fire access will remain adequate. All prior transportation conditions required by the preliminary plan have been met. In summary, the applicant would face practical difficulties and undue hardship if the preliminary plan is not reinstated, Public facilities remain adequate. Staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan with conditions. And we are available for comment.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to a resident, Broderick Morris, who's virtual. Mr. Morris, would you like to give a presentation?
Well, good afternoon. Sure, I actually do not have a presentation. Just wanted to provide my comments. I'm a homeowner in the community. It's a relatively new community. So I apologize in terms of the process. I'm still learning what's required, so I apologize. But I wanted just to voice my opinion and my concerns with the development of the project. I ride by it every morning, so I have strong concerns and disagree with the construction of the multifamily complex. I think, one, it will decrease the value of the properties within the community itself. I think it's a poor location, and it will lead to a lot of congestion because right now it's only 2 roads literally in and out of the community, and we have one that is the primary road that most people use, and the proposed building site is literally at that entry point. I think it potentially exposes my neighborhood to crime due to the constant turnover that would be there with the individuals housed there, especially with approximately 184 tenants. And I think it will lead to a lot of confusion and then subsequent higher costs for my community in terms of the HOA because we have several amenities, whether it's a dog park or parks for the kids, as well as a swimming pool. And it just becomes extremely difficult to have 2 separate areas. But overall, like I said, I'm a homeowner, wanted to voice my concerns. And, I would just like to say thank you guys for allowing me the chance to voice my concerns. But overall, I am against the development of the property. Not quite sure how far that would go, but thank you, though.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. And just a quick question. This parcel was always designated multifamily, wasn't it? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Morris. Would the applicant like to give a presentation?
Sure. My name is Tim Camus. I represent the applicant, Ventac One. With me, I have Walker Taylor with Montgomery County HOC, as well as Amy Sommer with CPJ, our civil engineers, and Chris Rulin with Lurch Early. For the most part, I want to say that this has been a long planning process. Nearing a decade at this point with the county. We've gone through design excellence with the building design, which was really an informative and just a process that improved the building beyond really what it was even thought of, back in 2014 here. We did have a site plan amendment that worked with that and has finalized that building design. In short, we agree with the recommendations of staff. We concur with the conditions, and we really look forward to moving to the next steps here and bringing this housing to West County and working with HOC on this and many more projects in the future.
Okay. So is this a joint development, a joint partner development?
It's an HOC development. We are the landowners.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha. So we are the landowners, the project, they are the leaseholders, so there is a 100-year lease. And then we are serving as developers for the construction of the project.
Great. I don't have any more questions. We definitely need housing, more housing, and affordable housing in the property. So any other commissioners?
I have a question. So in regard to the public amenity and open space, originally when the whole development was planned, included that this area to use the public amenity that is within the development. Is that correct? Or maybe I should ask Chris, I don't know.
There is a public amenity space included with the plan in terms of like the pool facilities. I'll defer to the applicant, that kind of.
But I just want to make sure that they belong to the community so they can use all the public amenities that is within the development. Is that correct or no?
Within the community, yes.
Yes, within the community.
I'll say that the multifamily parcel is I don't know want to use the word judge, but it's measured by its own, what happens within its boundaries. So, it's measured on its own pool and its own fitness center.
Or they have their own facilities
They do.
that they would use?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, so they have their own facility. Okay, thank you.
This is not part of there's no public space for the whole community, or has an HOA where everyone other than the apartment community has a public space, and then the apartment community has its own public.
Yeah, exactly. So there are projects where the apartment community would share in the HOA. That is not the case on this project. The apartment community is separate from the HOA community.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Mr. Hedrick?
Nothing for me. Build the multifamily.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Yeah, yep. No, we're all for housing, and it meets the requirements of the plan, as staff has said. So I'd love to see that elevation again. We always see the nice elevations at this time.
Yeah, it's not in the document.
No, looks like it'll be a great project. So, all right, if there are other comments, do I have a motion for approval of the reinstatement?
I move to approve the preliminary plan amendment number 1200802
A second.
with conditions.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes 4-0, and one is absent or abstained. Okay. So thank you so much. Look forward to having this project done as soon as possible. We need the housing, and thank you. And this ends our board meeting for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.